This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
What is this? What is this? Don't bother me with a question like that.
What will follow aims to be definitive coverage of the Charlie Kirk assassination and the subsequent fallout politically and in the media. But before we get into that, and there's so much to get into, it might even have to be spread across 2 episodes. I have no idea. I wanted to just say a few things because I've received lots of messages, a lot of them kind of positive, I will say, and obviously fair share of hate and what have you. And so I wanted to say a few things because I think it's important to sort of share these things so people can explore their own feelings about where they are right now, particularly if you're an American. And when I looked, I have a significantly high American audience, so I know I'm talking to a lot of you from America right now. So the first thing is this. The killing has affected me more than I thought it would. And I know a lot of you share that sentiment because you've told me that. And I wanted to just explore a little bit as to why that might be at the start of this episode. First, I think it's totally okay to feel that. Even if it is something abstract, it is the killing of somebody you probably never met, never interacted with, maybe never even paid too much attention to, especially if you've been exposed to the video. It is a kind of horrifying reality check about where we are and how people can just be plucked from existence in a singular decision. The squeeze of a trigger is all it takes. And America in particularly lives with that reality. And sometimes it's a reality that we just push down and we don't think about it. But it's a reality that occasionally comes bubbling up to the surface. And it's never comfortable when it does. When I lived in Atlanta, for instance, I was in the vicinity of a shooting, an actual shooting. I fled the scene, got back, told my housemate about it, but it was scary. My adrenaline was coursing through my veins. I was patting myself down to see if I'd been clipped. I mean, it was quite the experience. And I only lived in America for 5 and a bit years. And I experienced that. So when you live in an environment where these things can happen and you see it happen to somebody else, it's very normal to think about, oh God, that could happen to anybody. That could happen to my family. That could happen to me. That could happen to people I care about. I don't think you're wrong to feel that way. I think it's very clarifying. But I think it's more than that with this Charlie Kirk stuff. I have seen people that would never make videos about Charlie Kirk and ordinarily make videos about his death and address it and address the topic. It's clearly a watershed moment for America, as much as people might want to try and downplay it and downplay Charlie Kirk's overall importance. I got some thoughts about why. They kind of stemmed from Theo Von, funnily enough. Theo Von made a very confused video where he explained he felt incredibly sad about what had happened, but couldn't articulate why. And he genuinely seemed deflated. I mean, if you know Theo Von, the comic, you know he's a very upbeat, chatty, smiley, naturally funny guy. He came across like a deflated balloon in that video. And it's rare to see him like that. And it's rare to see him not be able to articulate his thoughts. But again, I know a lot of you feel that way because you've told me you feel that way. And so I'm going to try and cut through what I think it is. I think, first of all, and not a lot of people will be comfortable saying this because when a tragedy happens, you shouldn't make it about yourself. I think they've realized that the crosshair that would ordinarily be placed on politicians and powerful people, that target has now increased. And what do I mean by that? I mean, America has a long history of assassinating political figures. It's almost baked into the American myth. Think about, for instance, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln and the screaming of the phrase "Sic semper tyrannis," meaning thus always to tyrants, as he was shot by John Wilkes Booth. And if you think about it, when they tried to assassinate Trump twice, we kind of went back to work, didn't we? It was out of the news very quickly. Because I think on some implicit level, we think the policymakers and the lawmakers and the influence that these types of people have could ultimately be altered if they didn't exist. And to be clear, I'm not saying that's an excuse, and I think any violence towards political figures is abhorrent. But just in America, it's not as shocking as perhaps it should be. It doesn't feel as shocking. But what happened to Charlie Kirk tells you that the crosshair can be placed on you if you are labeled the wrong thing by the wrong people, and you happen to be adjacent to people that may be targets in the eyes of others, that ultimately, hey, we can't get to this political figure, but this person said he liked him, so he'll do. It'll send a message. And why would this be relevant to Theo Von, a comedian and podcaster? Well, I'm sure you've seen the stories that were written about him in the build-up to Trump's second term and afterwards. And what was said about Theo Von was that he was part of a right-wing podcasting apparatus that handed the White House back to Donald Trump. They said the same thing about Joe Rogan, etc., etc. And I think the penny dropped for Theo Von in that moment, that those things have been said about him, that he's a right-winger, that he's MAGA, even though if you go watch his episode with Donald Trump, it's actually politically substance light. And Theo Von probably thought to himself on some subconscious level, what happens next time I go on stage? And then I think probably his secondary thought was, are the things I've said so bad that I should take a bullet for them? And he probably sat with that for a while. And I think a lot of people that are public facing, that have platforms, are thinking the same thing and feeling the same way, and just have too much class to outright articulate it. But it also brings me to another point as to why I think you might be feeling the way I was feeling and am feeling. And I think it's because what you realize is Charlie Kirk's opinions, you couldn't really call him a radical, could you? If someone's going to get shot for opinions, you would expect those opinions to be really bombastic, beyond the pale of polite society. But I think what a lot of you, even my progressive friends and listeners, I think what a lot of you realize is Charlie Kirk probably held the same position as family members you know, and friends you know, and work colleagues that you know. And you might even have talked about this maybe around a table at a family gathering, or maybe at a bar after a hard shift of work, and a few beers in, it comes up. And you've probably agreed to disagree with those people. And you've probably thought, we'll put a pin in the conversation, because really, we can't agree on this fundamental topic. I can't be convinced of their view. I doubt they can be convinced of mine. And this doesn't feel very nice to have conflict with someone in my life. And so you do what most of us do. You had a reasonable disagreement. You arrived at the end of the conversation. And that's it. We just agree to disagree, and we move on with our lives, and we keep each other in our lives. What the killing of Charlie Kirk says is, ultimately, again, whether you're conscious of this or not, is those people that you care about who prescribe to the same worldview as Charlie Kirk, be it on Christianity, be it on politics, be it on transgenderism and gender identity, those people you know who feel the same way, they're shootable in the eyes of people that disagree with them. It's a very uncomfortable thought process. And I have seen a lot of people that are card-carrying progressives, definitely lefties, inarguably Democrat, and I have seen them shook to the core about this for that reason. And then the next part and the final part, and hopefully I've articulated everything correctly, I think the final part is the celebrations that came out. And we're not talking some rage bait Twitter account from the other side of the world doing it because this is how they make their salary and make their living. And I'm not talking about populists on either side of the political aisle that use rage and fear to drive their base and keep themselves relevant, the outrage entrepreneurs. I am not talking about that. I am talking about, again, and I will wager you have people in your life who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, said it was a good thing without even articulating why they felt that way. And again, that happened to me. I've had people I know and respect say to me, one down, it's a good thing. The world just got a little bit better. And I don't feel that way. Far from it. I think I feel the opposite. I think the world got a little bit worse. Not because I agree with Charlie Kirk, but because if disagreement is grounds for murder, we've got a big fucking problem. From all the messages I got, those were the ones that stood out, that people couldn't believe colleagues, friends, co-workers, family members could be so callous and celebratory in the eyes of something horrific. And it was very clarifying for a lot of people. They realized in that moment the issue of what constitutes radicalization is closer to home than you might like. I talked to a friend from Ohio, and he said they had the same thing, that they couldn't believe there were friends and family members celebrating this because they believed the type of people that would do that would be in the radical fringes of the internet. I'm quoting him here. The radical fringes of the internet, the shadows of the internet he would never visit. And what he found out was that they were essentially his neighbors, his friends. He rode the bus to work with them. That is a very queasy feeling I think a lot of people are having right now. And I'm not saying that in the past there hasn't been uneasy, queasy sentiment widely expressed across the Trump years, certainly, but I'm talking across my lifetime. Certainly, probably similar things happened to gay people when you realize that right-wing friends and right-wing colleagues and right-wing family members or Christian family members, they viewed your identity, your immutable attraction towards the same sex as something that was ungodly and unclean and something that could be purged from you. I imagine a lot of gay people woke up to similarly uncomfortable realizations, particularly in the 80s and the 90s, actually, when it was a mainstream opinion that gay people shouldn't be allowed to marry. So to be clear, you don't have to be a rightoid of any denomination to feel bad about Charlie Kirk and what happened to Charlie Kirk, nor do you have to even be politically engaged at all to recognize that it is a deeply dark time in America right now. And so what this episode is going to be about is we're going to look at the facts of what happened, and then we are going to look at the response. Americans are looking for leadership from their political figures. They will find none. They are looking for facts from their media outlets. They will find propaganda. Particularly, I'm going to get onto it, but ultimately to encapsulate it, just in case you only want to listen to the first 20 minutes of the episode, what has happened is the left-leaning media, they absolutely don't want to take ownership for this. They will do anything they can in order to wriggle out of accepting that there is a clear through road of rhetoric to action of the shooter coming from their side. On the right are using this now as a justification for pushback and increased aggression towards the people they perceive to be harming them. And on top of that, the most tenuous link to trans people as of the time of recording this episode has now been discovered, and yet that is what Fox News wants to bring into sharp focus. That is a very toxic stew in a very delicate time, and anyone that imbibes it is going to go nuts. And what I originally set this up to be, this podcast, always was the place where we could just break down the facts and talk about the facts and make sure that we didn't lean into easy, comforting narratives at all times, which will be spoon-fed to you by sources that require your attention in order to exist, and particularly those with an agenda. Finally, just before the episode begins in earnest, I will just talk about something that happened to me on social media in the aftermath of this. There have been a lot of people calling for Trump to come out and unite the country. I think there are definite ways that he could do this. That, for instance, there are people that have been very unkind about him and people he has been very unkind about as well. And they could do a joint press conference and say, look, we're playing a game. We're doing political theater. Politics is a dirty world. It doesn't have to be dirty for everybody else out there. We're convivial behind closed doors. They could do something along those lines. They won't. As I said, this is what they want. But Chris Cillizza, formerly of CNN, now of Substack, said, it's unfortunate that Trump isn't capable of bringing people together. He has never shown the inclination or the ability to do so, which doesn't make him unique among our political leaders. And I tweeted out a picture of the infamous Battle for the Soul of America speech that Joe Biden gave, flanked by the military. And I just tweeted, Chris obviously longs for the time of healing speeches like this one. This got picked up by a colleague, friend and colleague, Destiny, the streamer, someone that obviously I've had a long history with, on and off. And he said, citing this picture is the ultimate litmus test for whether or not someone is completely and utterly uninformed about politics. If you think this speech was radical or divisive, you frankly have no business talking about politics, and you are making the planet a worse place by doing so. Now, Stephen has said that about me multiple times. He quite famously one time came onto a Twitch stream back when he was a Twitch streamer and said, because I pointed out that the press freedom index was better under Trump than it was under Barack Obama, and Obama had actually persecuted some journalists using anti-terrorist laws, for instance, to do so, and using, leveraging whistleblowers to go after journalists. And he just didn't like that because I think he's in a space where anyone defending Trump is bad and evil and a traitor and all of these other hyperbolic terms. I'm saying this as someone who thinks Trump should have been disqualified from office, but I'll still acknowledge the facts of history. Anyway, that obviously led to a lot of people attacking me online. I've kind of just gotten used to this now, and I'm in a much better place where it doesn't affect me. But, it was 2 days of just, kill yourself and that kind of thing. But what was interesting about the exercise and why I think it's relevant here is it really shows this kind of divide in reality, because that Biden speech definitely did not bring anybody together. And I'm going to show you the part that I specifically mean.
We must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country.
Now, I think just factually, linguistically, that isn't even an attempt to bring people together. And what do I mean by that? Well, you know, we knew by the point of the speech that was given, Donald Trump was going to run again. We knew that he was still running on the Make America Great Again MAGA principles that saw him get elected in 2016. And we know that his base obviously are going to be behind him and those principles, because that's why they voted for him, and that's why they want him to be in office again. And to also imply that Donald Trump is intimidating the party into some kind of faux support is also, I don't think, bringing people together. I don't think that was a healing speech. I don't think that clip does anything good. Now, I think I win the argument just linguistically. That clip is not bringing people together. I'm very confused as to why that would be a radical opinion. But I'll also just add, even if linguistically that wasn't the case, even if, because lots of people said, he didn't even say it was all Republicans. No, he just said it was the Republican that was going to run. And he just said it was the people who supported the Republican that was going to run. And as we've seen subsequently, with the re-election of Donald Trump, that makes up a significant portion of America. So I don't think that is bringing people together. So one argument I heard was, oh, well, he didn't say it about all Republicans, so that's irrelevant. The other was, no, he was trying to bring everyone else together against MAGA, who are extremists, and how dare you. Now, remember, I made no prescription in the tweet. I just said, Chris longs for the time of healing speeches like this one. That was not a healing speech. And so I moved to the second point of argumentation, which is ultimately that the way it was interpreted was a personal attack from a lot of people, including moderate Republicans who probably felt they were going to vote for Donald Trump over Joe Biden. Of course, we know Joe Biden dropped out of the race. But I mean, that's how it was broadly interpreted. You'll see this everywhere. So if the intent was to unite America and to bring people together, then it failed spectacularly. And let's not forget, Biden referred to Trump's MAGA again as semi-fascism in the past. There were multiple comparisons to Hitler, particularly around that speech where he said, if you look at the America as a body and illegal immigration is overburdening our services and it's poisoning the blood of America. And people said that's Hitler's language. If you look at all of that, I just don't think he was marketed as being the guy that was going to come in and turn the temperature down. And I think, like so many things Biden promised, he ultimately failed to do it. I think that was a very instructive moment. I have no idea if Biden was simply a mouthpiece ultimately for the rest of his party. It certainly seems to be, as presidents go, he didn't have a lot of agency with the stories that come tumbling out, President Auto Pen, etc. But I do think that ultimately part of why we're here is we had somebody that said they were going to turn down the temperature and unify us, and they elected not to. They elected to continue this combative, almost Trumpist style of politics. So, I don't know. Those are my thoughts there. Anyway, we'll get into the episode now.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God. Go, run. Oh!
And just like that, on September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk who was the founder of Turning Point USA and a conservative commentator and devout Christian and father to 2 children and husband to a wife, was killed. That was the first clip I saw, and indeed many people saw. It was on Yasha Ali's Twitter account. Within minutes, I saw people posting alternate angles, and that was how I realized how bad it was. From a distance, you do see Charlie slump. You can tell he's been struck. You would hope he had been winged. What the close-up videos showed was that he had been shot in the throat, causing what looked very much like a critical arterial bleed. Other videos suddenly emerged. It was a public speech. People had their phones out. People recorded it. It ended up on 4chan and then trickled down to the rest of the internet. And it was very easy to realize that the chances of Charlie Kirk surviving a shot like that were slim. In the immediate aftermath, there was a lot of people posting and a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation. People were posting that Charlie Kirk was still alive and that he had been taken to hospital and been stabilized. There were people saying we're being told that Charlie's going to be okay. A lot of those posts got deleted because obviously he didn't make it. What I want to do now is show you the clips that were immediately played on network news as the news filtered through. And remember, the network news didn't know the outcome of what had happened. They just knew that Charlie Kirk had been shot at a public event. And so, because they knew this was going to be the story of the day, if it bleeds, it leads, they had to quickly contextualize who Charlie Kirk was for their audience, assuming that maybe their viewers wouldn't know who he was. And what this led to, ultimately, was some pretty grotesque reporting around who he was and why this might have happened.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
That was MSNBC while people were still fighting to save Charlie Kirk's life. And the male voice there is Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd's been on MSNBC thousands of times. He's like a political commentator that they bring on whenever they need a talking head. And this clip is still astounding to me. I played it on the previous episode. I include it here because we're going to talk about all of MSNBC's coverage. But it is staggering to me that in this moment, before you do know anything, you would do 2 things. The first thing is you would say, well, anyone there to see Charlie Kirk is some sort of hick, redneck idiot that might discharge a gun in a public place in celebration. That was his first contribution. The host would have interrupted him there if he'd been on a responsible news network. He wasn't. He was on MSNBC. So he was allowed to continue, where he managed to say something worse. And what he said was, in a roundabout fashion, if you say hateful things, which I might take issue with characterizing what Charlie Kirk said as hate speech, frankly, but let's stick with it. If you say hateful things, then karmically hateful things will happen to you in the form of people killing you for saying those hateful things. It is such an outrageous thing to say. It is so irresponsible at a time when tempers and emotions are going to be heightened. And ultimately, no news network should ever platform anyone saying anything like that. But it's MSNBC. And what's interesting is even MSNBC, having watched the pushback, because remember, this clip, for many people on the internet, is how they found out Charlie Kirk had been shot. Not everyone got the video straight away. Some people saw there was hashtags around MSNBC, big push to take them off the airwaves for airing this. And so Matthew Dowd couldn't have said a worse thing at a worse time to the worst audience who absolutely did not want to hear this. It's got to be said, though, while I'm reusing that clip, what I didn't show you on the previous episode was the other pieces of MSNBC's immediate coverage and the way that they framed who Charlie Kirk was and why this might have happened and what their conclusion about it all was. Matt Dowd was subsequently fired. We'll get to that in a moment. And also has been incredibly unapologetic, shockingly. But MSNBC had absolutely no qualms about framing Charlie Kirk as being some sort of radical lunatic that says crazy, hateful things all of the time.
Yeah, we're showing, by the way, our affiliate in Utah and the aftermath of the shooting. You could see people running away pretty quickly, as you would imagine they would do at gunshots. The FBI director, Kash Patel, has weighed in on this. He just tweeted the following: "We're closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and the investigation." Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast. He opines on almost everything. He's been very closely aligned with the president since his initial run for office in 2015, 2016. And his ties to Trump really elevated his own brand. He was really quite young as an activist when the president launched his initial campaign. And he has kind of ridden along with MAGA since 2016 and built up a massive, massive brand of his own. His group has brought in tons and tons of money.
Then came the Matt Dowd segment, and they ended the segment by concluding what the real bad thing in all of this was, what the real takeaway was, while a man lay fighting for his life.
Because as we were just talking about a moment ago with Alan, after one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. The carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
I must admit, I'm at a loss to guess as to what happens next. But Kirk...
They couldn't even wait for Charlie Kirk to die before MSNBC decided that they would use it to further stoke division by pointing out that, yes, a Doge employee that had been doxxed by journalists was assaulted in Washington. And instead of picking up on, oh, wow, the things we say about these people are having real life violent implications, they were worried about whether or not Trump, in response to a terrorist murder of an American citizen, might say something bad about the terrorists or might do something bad to the terrorists or perceived terrorists. It's so crazy to me to see where they immediately went to. And I have to say, I think a lot of you don't understand how right I am when I tell you MSNBC is more irresponsible than peak Fox News. It really is, and I don't think it's even close. I don't think it's close anymore. And I want to just demonstrate on the other network, CNN, by no means fans of Charlie Kirk or a network that would platform anyone with Charlie Kirk's opinions. They somehow managed to put out the type of coverage I would expect from a responsible news network. Even more incredibly, it is Brian Stelter on his second go around with the CNN network that put out a speech that incredibly sort of echoed the exact sentiment that needed to be said in the moment.
The prayers are so all-consuming right now and bipartisan. Everyone from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to members of the cabinet to Democratic leaders like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Bipartisan condemnation of this act of political violence. It's a reminder, Brianna, that in a country like America, in a democracy, we only have a democracy if we settle our disagreements with words, not with violence. You know, for the liberals, for the anti-Trump voices, for the anti-Kirk voices out there who feel despair, about the direction of the country's politics, the way to address that is through words, not through violence. And so whenever we see one of these appalling crimes, it is disturbing because it cuts to the core of how the American democracy functions.
Yeah, certainly does.
It really should tell you how corrupted and twisted and far removed MSNBC is from being a responsible news network, that we can listen to people we know are partisan on CNN saying things that are just so far removed from MSNBC's own coverage of it and exactly what people would want to hear. They obviously had lots of coverage around this, and I am pleased to say most of it with the appropriate tenor and tone for what is called for when something like this happens.
It's really not the type of situation that anyone should want to live in, no matter what their political objectives are. It's horrifying. It's horrifying.
And it's not sustainable, it seems to me. Like in this democratic experience and experiment that we are ongoing in the search for the more perfect union, if this is becomes a more increasing part about the fabric of our political culture, we're lost as a society. So that is, if anything could come out of this, if there's some kind of wake-up call that come out of this, I know I probably sound naive saying that, it would seem like we've got to find a way to be able to have politics in this country and differences of opinion that do not end like this.
That was David Chalian, obviously calling for calm heads to prevail and condemning the violence on CNN. And I am also pleased to say they didn't refer to Charlie Kirk as far right or right wing. They called him a conservative, which is what he was. And they called him a conservative activist, which is what he was. And that language being used right there, I don't think they're loaded terms. I talked previously about how the kind of idea about the political spectrum has been so corrupted on a linguistic level that when you use the term like right wing to describe a conservative, people, when you say right wing, they think of racists and they think of extremists and they think of fascists. And if you go far right, we think of Nazis and neo-Nazis. And so conservative is the appropriate word. And I hope the media start to use that more if we head towards an effort to not demonize people of political differences.
Now, Charlie and I work together. He's on the Salem radio network. He has the radio show that's on from noon to 2 each day. I'm on from 2 to 3, so I had just come on to do my show, and about halfway through it, we got the news that Charlie had been shot. And so I had to talk through it this afternoon. And I'll be honest with you, I am in utter disbelief at this. I sat in this room last summer, the night they shot the president, and now they shot Charlie. And I'm not sure it's safe to be an outspoken conservative walking around in America right now. And there's a lot of people out there who are in absolute shock and are horrified by this. And I don't know what's going to happen other than to tell you that this nation is in desperate need of prayer and some kind of an intervention. Because when you can't, I mean, what was Charlie doing? Making a speech, engaging in rhetoric, having a debate. That's the bedrock of our nation. And now you can't go out in public and engage in speech. It's the opposite of violence. Speech is the opposite. And so, I don't know what's going to happen to Charlie. All I can really think about is his poor wife and those 2 babies. And so, I think the best thing any of us can do right now is just pray for his recovery and pray for their comfort, because God help us, we're in a bad place.
That was an emotionally fraught Scott Jennings, the lone conservative on CNN, who has his own shows and his own podcasts off of CNN as well. He's become a hugely influential voice for what I would consider moderate conservatism. Emotionally fraught and visibly shaken to his core. He had rings under his eyes. You could tell this had affected him. And remember, all of this coverage is happening at the time before we know Charlie Kirk had passed. I'll give CNN the credit. They might have been part of the problem in the past of how we got here, but certainly on the day of Charlie Kirk's shooting, they were doing everything they could to be a responsible news network to inform all Americans that this was an aberration and abhorrent and not something that could continue. They were very responsible in their reporting.
You know, you think about the only way to break a law is if a law first exists. And this is going to open a very big conversation about the types of laws that can gain deterrence. They'll talk about gun laws, whether if there had been screening mechanisms on this campus, whether they would have been detected that a weapon was actually there and could have been prevented from being used in that manner. Also the idea of First Amendment and actual people who are speaking on college campuses, of course. We've heard so many instances over the last several years about controversial figures in the First Amendment and the marketplace of ideas of a university or college setting, where there's been controversy around whether they should come or not. And safety has always been top of mind. What guaranteed safety can be given to the speaker and also the community at large? This will be a very big conversation there. But I put my prosecutor brain on again with a suspect in custody. We, sadly, are a nation plagued by gun violence, but we're also plagued by sometimes the inability to have the person account for the violence that they have been alleged to have committed. And so this gives an opportunity, if someone's in custody, to answer many of the questions that we are often left grappling with trying to answer. The why. Not a justification as a motivation, but the why. And that why can help us to explore in the prosecution context ways in which we can either craft, amend, or reinforce laws to ensure, much like hate crime legislation that came before, the idea of if there are specific aspects you are targeting of a person can increase penalties, undermine the ability to actually have those crimes occur. And so this will be a part of the conversation. And again, we're talking about what appears to be just a guess here, given the facts we have, a premeditated act. If it's premeditated, if there's only been one shot fired, not targeting any other person, this is no longer generalized violence, and that means the investigative trail begins. It is electronic. It is what was on that person's body, how many cell phones, who they communicated with, where they may have been before this, who knew about their whereabouts. Did they travel across state lines? Were there other people involved in now possibly an interstate or intrastate activity? Will the FBI be involved? Will it be a
CNN's Laura Coates there talking about how this is indeed a multifaceted issue, that the ramifications from the shooting raise many, many questions about what the best way to progress and go forward actually will be. Naturally, it stirred a lot of debate about the gun laws in America again. Whenever a shooting incident occurs, that is going to be a given. There are some issues with that, though. There were many calls for bans on guns. We might play some a little bit later. But the details of the case that would later come to light make it so it's even harder to have that conversation about gun laws. The gun that was recovered from the scene was a Mauser 98, which is a bolt-action rifle typically used for hunting. It's actually very common. I've seen them for sale, I think, in Walmarts and supermarket stores when I lived in America. Usually, when a shooting of any kind happens, the left do look to see what type of gun was used before we get into the weeds about whether or not we want to ban it. They believe foundationally you can make a better argument to ban an AR-15, for instance, than you can a handgun, although the vast majority of shootings are carried out with handguns. This muddied the waters even more because this is a hunting rifle. It is designed to take down big game. It has a pretty heavy caliber, a .3006, and it's been used ubiquitously across America because the American company that manufactured it just produced so many at surplus. They sold them off to America. It's also an incredibly easy to use firearm. Very little chance of it jamming if you know what you're doing. And as it's designed for hunting, it's very accessible. It's worth noting you could buy this rifle in Canada, you could have it in Australia with a license. So even places that have restrictive gun laws compared to America, this gun could have easily slipped under the radar. And as such, the conversation about gun laws in America, you either have to start talking about banning all guns, and we'll refer you back to the Second Amendment of the Constitution there, or you have to start talking about red flag laws, which probably might be a sensible conversation to have at this time. The reason so many gun owners are reluctant to have conversations about red flag laws are they don't trust the institution of government to wield that power fairly. Now, if the Democrats are in, being a MAGA supporter might disqualify you from owning a gun, and certainly a lot of MAGA supporters don't want to give up their guns right now because they feel they're being shot at. By the same token, if you were a Democrat gun owner and Donald Trump wanted to put out an edict to take your weapons away, you'd probably say it was the pretext to a fascist uprising, and you'd feel reluctant to do it. So the red flag laws are certainly something that need to be explored further. As we'll get to, there were certainly indicators that this could have happened, that this perpetrator could have done this. But while we get back to the real time of what happened, let's start talking about how the political class reacted to this, not just the media.
We just want to make a brief statement here. And I'm going to go and ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence for our dear friend Charlie Kirk. We ask everyone to pray for him and his family. I'm just going to state the obvious here. This is detestable, what's happened. Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are. It violates the core principles of our country, our Judeo-Christian heritage, our civil society, our American way of life, and it must stop. We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop. Again, we ask for prayer. I'm going to go lead the chamber here in a moment of silence, and we hope for the best for Charlie. Thank you.
Appropriately, it was Speaker Mike Johnson that was the first politician I saw get in front of a microphone while Charlie Kirk was still alive and talk about what it meant. And this is kind of interesting because you're going to hear a lot about how Republicans don't want to lower the temperature, but certainly there have been Republicans that have spoken responsibly on this topic. Also, with this, there came an outpouring of politicians across both sides of the political aisle, and they wanted to say things. What happened a lot of the time was when a Democrat said something along the lines of thoughts and prayers, and I'm really trying not to be petty here and pointing out that it was only a couple of weeks ago when there was a shooting when some Catholic kids were killed. The networks were telling you prayers aren't enough, when are we going to ban the guns? Thoughts and prayers were back on the table for this one. But I'm not going to eat into the time of chronicling what happened to Charlie Kirk and the media reaction by pointing out that hypocrisy. What I will try and recreate for you now is what was happening. And this is what I mean about there being a change. Democrats would come out and say thoughts and prayers, and all the replies underneath were people pointing out all the times they had been irresponsible with their rhetoric. This was nearly uniform every time a Democrat spoke. And so I'm going to cut, after what I read, I'm going to cut in the clips that were being posted underneath so you get an idea. And the first was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said, "I'm deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. Doug and I send our prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. Let me be clear. Political violence has no place in America. I condemn this act, and we all must work together to ensure this does not lead to more violence." We know which violence she's concerned about.
Thank you
Good
so much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to get to the audience in just a second. I want to start by asking you, though, for weeks you have been calling Donald Trump unstable, unhinged. You've called him dangerous. You've quoted General Milley recently, who called him a fascist. Today, you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler.
Yeah.
But there are tens of millions of Americans right now who have heard all those things, and they don't buy it, or even if they do, they're still going to vote for Donald Trump. He's arguably more popular now than ever. You have 13 days to go. What do you say to those voters to convince them? Because some of them are in this room.
Sure, and I thank you all for taking the time to be here. And you could be doing a number of other things with your time. So this really is proof that we love our country. People are engaged, Anderson, and really want to talk about the issues. And so the issue that you raise, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable, increasingly unstable, and unfit to serve. And I don't necessarily think that everyone has heard what you and I have heard repeatedly, which is the people who know Donald Trump best, the people who worked with him in the White House, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, all Republicans, by the way, who served in his administration, his former chief of staff, his national security advisor, former secretaries of defense, and his vice president have all called him unfit and dangerous. They have said explicitly he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. They have said he should never again serve as president of the United States. We know that is why Mike Pence is not running with him again, why the job was empty. And then today we learned that John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, who was his longest-serving chief of staff, gave an interview recently in the last 2 weeks of this election talking about how dangerous Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general, why is he telling the American people now? And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back. At least before, there were folks who we know what he would say, but they would restrain him. Imagine now Donald Trump in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. He who has openly admired dictators, said he would be a dictator on day one. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core. So I think that when the American people reflect, especially those who are undecided, on who you should listen to, don't take my word for it. In fact, go online and listen to John Kelly, his voice, talking about what he thinks of Donald Trump 2 weeks before the election. Because I think we all know, to your point, Anderson, it is close, but there are undecided voters who clearly, by being here, have an open mind, want to talk in a way that is grounded in issues and fact. And when they hear these facts, I think it compels a lot of people to be concerned about the future of our country with Donald Trump at the lead.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted.
Gavin Newsom took some time out from social media posting about how the Trump assassination wasn't real. And he said the following: the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form.
I'm sorry. I know some people's sensibilities. I respect and appreciate that. But right now, with all due respect, we're walking down a damn different path. We're fighting fire with fire, and we're going to punch these sons of bitches in the mouth.
Chuck Schumer tweeted out, political violence has no place in America. This shooting is horrifying, and I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
To have the conflict on the best ground we have summed up in a sentence that they're making the middle class pay for tax cuts for billionaires, it's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these bastards, these people.
Bernie Sanders took a break from saying we needed a run back of 1776 to tweet out that political violence has no place in this country. We must condemn this horrifying attack. My thoughts are with Charlie Kirk and his family.
So does Donald Trump believe in democracy, believe in the rule of law? There is a reason, and you raised this a moment ago with Vance, why his own vice president for 4 years, Mike Pence, says he is not supporting Donald Trump. Why Mitt Romney, the 2012 Republican candidate, not supporting Donald Trump. And it's not because of policy issues. It is because they understand that Trump is an authoritarian, does not believe in the rule of law, and for 100 reasons is unfit to be president of the United States.
Senator, given that you think it is too far to label Donald Trump as a fascist, do you think it's a mistake by Vice President Harris to do so?
Well, look, he is an author. Call it what you want. This is a guy who does not believe in democracy, who is trying to divide us up. You can describe him as a fascist. You can describe him as an authoritarian. But to my mind, and what I focus on, is what's happening to the working class in this country.
Elizabeth Warren also chimed in, and she said that the shooting is nothing short of horrific. I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and thinking of the students at the event in Utah. Political violence has no place in our country. It's never okay.
Every day, Donald Trump is making this nation look more and more like a fascist state.
And AOC tweeted out the following. She said, the scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident of this chaos, and it must stop. We cannot go down this road. There is no place for it in America, and we wish for his recovery.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, fascism, a huge component of fascism is uniting racism, bigotry, a form of racist nationalism with industry, and also uniting the keys of government with billionaires and for-profit actors in order to stamp out democracy.
Now, if you don't understand the point of the exercise of highlighting these times that these politicians that are saying we must condemn gun violence, political violence in our society, if you don't understand the point of the exercise of highlighting all the times that they've used the term fascist or other dehumanizing language about their political opponents, it will become apparent later in the episode. Safe to say, I'll repeat the point I always make. You cannot say to Americans in American society over and over and over again that one side of the aisle is a threat to your very existence and way of life, and they have to be stopped at all costs. You see, when you call someone a fascist or call somebody a Nazi, you are essentially compelling someone out there to do something about it. Americans feel protecting their democracy that they fought to earn from the British monarchy is absolutely key to American life. And therefore, using this terminology, you're almost certainly going to get into the ears of someone that feels compelled to do something about it. That's what happened to Charlie Kirk, as we'll get to. After approximately 1 hour of speculation about the condition of Charlie Kirk, engagement baiting accounts posting that he was okay, he was going to make it, that they were in contact with the family, then those tweets mysteriously disappearing, it was a bizarre kind of final confirmation of his death, because the primary source prior to the announcements made on Turning Point USA and by Charlie's wife were from President Trump. A post on Truth Social said, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." And that was that. And so what went from an already dire situation suddenly became a bona fide political assassination, a murder of somebody that had done so much to connect young voters to the MAGA movement. And you can imagine what social media was like in that moment. There was a kind of flippancy in the way that it was talked about. I think something that shook a lot of people to the core that I talked about in the opening monologue to this episode. Blue Sky was awash with celebration. Remember that that was a platform that was set up as an alternative to Twitter because Twitter had become too hateful and too toxic. And while I'm not going to go through and read individual posts, because ultimately these are people who don't matter, the fact that there were so many, that it is the consensus opinion that the murder of Charlie Kirk was a good thing on that platform should probably give pause for thought. It's kind of interesting that even the people that founded Blue Sky put out a warning saying glorifying violence or harm violates Blue Sky's community guidelines. We review reports and take action on content that celebrates harm against anyone. Violence has no place in healthy public discourse, and we're committed to fostering healthy, open conversations, which resulted in much digital jeering from the crowd that it was designed to resonate with. And then on top of that, you had X.com, celebrations everywhere. Reddit, celebrations everywhere. It's true to say Reddit has an extremist problem, and it has for some time. That website absolutely needs to be investigated at this point. Remember, I've already told you the 50-51 protests that are organized through Reddit, they have a body count. That still hasn't been explained. We don't know the outcome of that investigation yet, what happened, why this individual was shot there. But what they have done is foment extremist thought. For example, multiple mainstream subreddits have not reacted to people calling for the assassination of Elon Musk on that platform. Shortly after Luigi Mangione killed the healthcare CEO, the code word Luigi was used as a kind of stand-in for the term assassination or murder. And if you open any thread relating to Elon Musk, the Republican Party, prominent conservatives, you will probably find that word in there. Now, yes, a lot of it is LARPing, right? A lot of these people are pretending. That's what the hashtag resistance is all about. But as the Charlie Kirk situation shows, it only takes one person to take it seriously for someone to die. And Reddit have not done enough. I mean, I'm going to produce an episode entirely about the hypocrisy of Reddit. They shut down the Donald, and the predicate for that was someone in there said, if anyone tries to take our guns, police officers or not, we will shoot them. And that was called violence against police. That comment, even though it was deleted by moderators, it was ultimately deemed to be too hostile an environment. And yes, they were probably botting and astroturfing the system, but Reddit is the most astroturfed website in existence. And we know this because Hillary Clinton paid a PAC to do it. So during her campaign. I really can't express how Reddit in all of this might be the worst platform. With confirmation of the death, the media outlets changed the tone of their coverage and changed the content. There was some eulogizing. There were some obituaries. We'll get to those. But one of the things that did happen was some news outlets decided to go and interview the students that had been present during the shooting. It's an interesting topic that seems to have been sidelined a little, that all of those people will be traumatized. I think if you live through something like that and see something like that with your own eyes, it is going to have a very profound effect on you. And obviously, I hope that the university is able to provide support for those students who are going to be deeply affected, maybe for the rest of their lives, having witnessed a murder. Perhaps, though, the worrying aspect to this is there were multiple reports from attendees that when the gunshot rang out and people began to scatter and Charlie slumped to the floor bleeding, there were some people that still seemingly had the wherewithal to cheer. There was one individual who I won't name or direct you to out of respect for his privacy, but that was caught on camera smiling and cheering. And this individual has maintained on social media he wasn't doing it because Charlie was shot. He was actually trying to draw attention to Charlie being shot because he thought he could get the attention of security guards. I'm not going to claim to know the inner workings of his mind. The footage certainly doesn't make it seem that way. But I'll also say when something like that is happening, shock can make people do things that they can't even explain or qualify after the moment.
Tell me a little bit about the aftermath after the gunshot went off. What happened afterwards?
So I was with one of my good friends, and as soon as the gun went off, we both hit the floor, started praying. Everyone was screaming, and then we got up and we just started running, and we made it to our apartment. So
yeah, you're right around this area. Did you see any students kind of like get injured as everyone was trying to escape?
No, but I did see a select group of students who stood up and cheered after the fact, which was really sad to see.
You're kidding me.
No.
That was from News Nation, which sent reporters out there pretty quickly to get boots on the ground and report back as to what was happening. There was also special attention paid to the individual that asked Charlie Kirk the last question Charlie Kirk would ever hear or respond to. And obviously, in doing that, that implies that this individual is somebody that disagreed with Charlie Kirk. That was the entire premise of Charlie Kirk's work. It obviously must be hugely shocking for this young adult to have just been embroiled in the middle of this. There was also some speculation on social media that the person asking the question might have been in cahoots with the shooter. This individual, probably more than anybody else around this, went through a pretty rough time, and eventually they were picked up for an interview with a local Fox affiliate.
The last person to speak with Charlie Kirk is now calling for peace. Hunter Kozak, a Utah student who debated Kirk moments before he was shot and killed, spoke exclusively to YouTube's Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging, and I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it.
That video already racking up 800,000 views in just a few hours. Kozak is urging civil discourse over violence. Tonight, many asking, will this tragedy deepen America's political divide or inspire change?
I don't know what the over-under looks like on this being a reflective moment for positive change, but you'll probably guess I'm somewhat cynical, and giving me a kind of reference point for that cynicism has been the responses. We're going to get to those. Here's what happened in the immediacy. The House of Representatives was working at the time it happened on September 10th, and they decided that it would be appropriate to have a moment's silence for Charlie Kirk. And this happened.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order. Thank you all. The House.
This clip did the rounds on social media, and it was framed on a lot of right-leaning accounts as Democrats interrupting a moment's silence for Charlie Kirk. This will be the narrative that people probably remember. I will say, again, credit to the journalistic outlets that did report it accurately. What happened was you heard them request for a moment's prayer. There was a pause. Then it was Lauren Boebert was asked to bring forward what she wanted to say. She wanted to have an actual loud prayer, something spoken out loud. This was then met with pushback from the Democrats, and someone shouted, "What about the kids in Colorado?" which was talking about the Colorado high school shooting. Obviously, that's Lauren Boebert's state. And then Anna Paulina Luna, another representative, shouted back, "You all caused this." So ultimately, it descended into a bipartisan shouting match during a moment's silence. Honestly, pretty embarrassing for everybody involved in all of that. But no, to frame it as solely Democrats interrupting a moment silence isn't accurate. It is the type of bickering and squabbling that goes on every day in American politics because none of them are capable, like acting as balanced, reasonable adults, whether they're Republican or Democrat. In another part of performative theater, while they were there as well, the House representatives also put forward a resolution to officially condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Another waste of time, in my opinion, that I don't see what that is in service of. By this point, there were many warm eulogies and obituaries about Charlie Kirk coming out from mostly the right. I'll give you a couple here. Ben Shapiro, of course, said, "Like all of you, I am utterly stunned and heartbroken and sick to my soul today. It is unimaginable to write these words. I met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old, a young man so eager and determined that I immediately turned to a friend and said, that kid is going to be the head of the RNC one day. Charlie became even bigger and more important than that. It was a privilege to watch this principled man stand up for his beliefs and create the single most important conservative political organization in America. But more importantly, Charlie was a good man, a man who believed in right and wrong, who stood by his biblical values. All of us will miss him, and I can't imagine the pain of his beautiful young family, and we must all pray for them. And we must pick up the baton where Charlie left it, fighting for the things he believed in so passionately. And we must fight for a better America, an America where good people can speak truth and debate passionately without fear of a bullet. I weep for Charlie's family, and I weep for my country today. But most of all, I weep for Charlie." Fox News, obviously well connected with the Trump family, were able to get Lara Trump on pretty quickly, and she said the following.
Let's bring in host of My View, Lara Trump. Such a sad day, isn't it?
I mean, devastating, Jesse. You know, I think the entire country feels the pain of this. We're all heartbroken. And I'll tell you, for those of us in the Trump family, I don't think we realize truly how raw what happened on July 13th of last year still kind of was for all of us. I can tell you, when I heard this news, I felt almost the exact same way as I did in the moments after we saw my father-in-law get shot on stage in Butler. It's devastating, obviously, because we lost a great human being in Charlie Kirk. But I think it's also devastating because, to your point in your intro, if we are not able to have conversations about the hard topics in America, if we aren't able to freely speak our mind, then what kind of country are we at the end of the day? Can we even call ourselves the United States of America again anymore? You know, Charlie Kirk, I think all of us in our family have known for almost a decade. This was a person who was bold and brave and unafraid to speak his mind. I went with Charlie to my alma mater one time, NC State, and we were holding you know, kind of a debate there with the student body. And before we even arrived, they made it very clear they were going to protest us being on campus. And Charlie called me and he said, listen, I'm in if you're in, but if you feel uncomfortable about doing this, I understand. I'll do it myself. We went through with it. We had a great event there, and he truly changed this country. He gave people strength and spirit and encouragement. And as a former RNC co-chair, I can tell you the movement he made with young Americans to be more conservative, to lean more right, to be bold and brave in their values and convictions and speak loudly about them. I don't think it can be overstated. I don't know that Donald Trump would be president right now without Charlie Kirk. And so my heart goes out to his wife, Erica, his young children, his family. You know, we in the Trump family know this feeling, except it turned out the right way for us and obviously devastatingly did not for Charlie.
So unfortunately,
bizarrely on CNN, Brian Stelter continued to nail it and put out a very respectful segment as he continued to take the point on coverage of the shooting, where he talked about Charlie Kirk in glowing terms.
Accessibility was really one of his virtues, Jake. He believed in the power to persuade. That's why he was launching this fall semester tour in Utah today. He had at least a dozen other tour stops scheduled across the country in the coming months. He liked to debate people he disagreed with. In fact, that was the point of the tour, and that's exactly what he was doing this afternoon in the courtyard there at the university. He was taking on questions from people who disagreed with him. I remember getting an invitation from him once to debate with him back in 2021. I looked it up. I want to read his words because we should hear from him in his own words. He said, "I'm trying to be proactive about encouraging dialogue between people who disagree."
And by now, Donald Trump was ready to address the nation. And as I said at the time, the first half of this speech felt like the most Barack Obama Trump had been across either of his two terms. As I was listening to it, I was eminently hopeful of where it might go and what it might lead to, and how it might lead to, indeed, a more reflective Trump. Obviously, after the assassination attempt, there was similar speculation about how it might change his worldview, and it seems that he has just become a bit more of a YOLO president. It's his last term anyway. He's old, and ultimately, I think he feels that he's going to use as much executive authority as possible to cement his legacy and leave something behind for good or ill. Unfortunately, the second half of the speech has gone off the rails a little bit. Instead of condemning all political violence, he focuses on the left, which, look, might be reasonable under the circumstances, but in a presidential speech, you really should be offering up something condemning all violence because you are the leader of all Americans.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there has never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Needless to say, what this ultimately means is we are going to enter into a period of Donald Trump is going to leverage the Department of Justice to investigate some left-wing movements, which could be anything from Antifa to Black Lives Matter to other maybe George Soros-funded organizations. And people are going to say on the right, this is good, because ultimately, and I am in agreement with this, I have been saying this pretty much for the entirety of this podcast's existence, the left doesn't analyze its violence/terrorism problem. And I think people are now starting to get the scale of it. When some of your loudest commentators are content to joke publicly about the assassination of Republican politicians or Republican spokespeople, or to celebrate the deaths of these people so brashly and brazenly. I think it has shook a lot of people to the core, but we've talked in violent terms about the Trump administration since he won the election, if not a little bit before, with the Hillary Clinton campaign lighting the torch paper via the twin attack of accusing him of being a white supremacist and the Steele dossier. But equally, by the same token, I don't trust the Department of Justice or any government to investigate these groups fairly. And so there is going to be some pushback. And that pushback, of course, some of it's going to be legitimate and some of it's going to be screeching about how this is another descent into fascism and authoritarianism. And this is how Trump is going to install himself as a God emperor for life because he's going to remove all credible opposition to him. So when he says, oh, I'm going to have a third term, there'll be no one left to resist him. You're going to hear a lot about, oh, they're going to be sent to concentration camps, these jailing political dissidents. This is textbook fascism. Expect this. It is coming. What I will say is, if you do investigate radical groups and it is done appropriately, it is a very good thing for the average American. However, if that horizon is broadened to include people that just say nasty things, then, yeah, we might have some problems. Moving on, one thing that was surprising to me were the number of sports teams that decided to have a moment's silence for Charlie Kirk in America and to pay tribute to him at their games, at their events. And this happened across baseball. This happened across football. I want to express this. This wouldn't have happened had the killing occurred during the Biden years. It probably wouldn't have occurred during Trump's first term either. There really has been a sea change in this, and it actually surprised me. I thought most sports organizations, given that there is this impulse to no longer be political because of some backlash around that from the general public, I thought they would just not touch the Charlie Kirk thing. And I also think it really goes to show, honestly, Charlie Kirk was not an extremist in the way that he was presented. I have talked about his positions that, I find reprehensible. For instance, his hardline stance on abortion, where he says in any circumstances he doesn't think abortion is warranted because you are killing a child of God, and how if his own daughter had been impregnated by a rapist, he would expect her to carry it to term. I think that is borderline maniacal. If not fully maniacal. But I will also say I do understand a lot of hardline Christians feel that way about abortion, that it is wrong in any and all circumstances. You see this with a lot of Christian right conservatives in America. To call it an extremist position is probably not accurate because of how many people actually hold that opinion now. While I might find it extreme or, crazy, maniacal, whatever word I want to use, it's not necessarily within the purview of extremism. I think a lot of what Charlie said wasn't necessarily that inflammatory. I think ultimately what we've come to realize in the moment is, while I might not frame him exactly as a mainstream consensus voice, I think he was certainly moderate in most of his positions, and I think a lot of Christian conservatives in America would widely agree with his position. And a lot of those people are just out there every day, good folk. They aren't extreme, they aren't crazy, they just hold a bunch of views, not even really a lot, a handful of views that might not be compatible with more socially permissive liberal Americans. That's about it. And so, yes, a lot of people did pay tribute to Charlie Kirk that you might not have expected them to. Of course, not everybody could find a quiet dignity in their response to what happened, which, as I see it, should be viewed as an attack on the American way of life, a terrorist attack on the American way of life. I don't think this really should be a partisan issue at all. First thing that came to my attention was a video which was a live TMZ news feed where they were talking about multiple stories at once, and there was cheering in the background as they got the message that Charlie Kirk had died.
if he's still on the loose because they want to find him. So I would think that that's one of the main reasons they're holding this news conference. So my guess is we're going to see an image of this guy possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump cut in a second.
What did Trump say?
Yeah, who sent it?
So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead. Yeah, he just said it. Okay.
You can imagine the reaction, and obviously with it being TMZ, probably one of the least respected names in all media, this generated a cauldron of hate towards their staff, their reporters, and not without reason. They issued a statement. This is very rare for TMZ to do this type of thing. If you think about the ghoulish reporting they've trafficked in, historically speaking, including a story I was adjacent to with the death of Kobe Bryant, where ultimately they were responsible for notifying his wife of the death of him and his daughter and their daughter. They found out via a TMZ report, which was leaked. They very rarely apologize for anything. And yet they put a statement out. They said, apology for laughter heard in TMZ office. It wasn't about him. We want to address something that happened during our TMZ live stream coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As Harvey and Charles were reporting the developments in our newsroom, there were employees in another part of the building watching a car chase. The people watching that car chase began laughing and clapping in reaction to what they were seeing, but we want to make it clear they were not cheering in response to the assassination. Nevertheless, watching a car chase at that moment was tone deaf, and the sounds of laughter at that crucial moment were totally out of line. We apologize to anyone who heard that as we were in the middle of covering such a tragic story. It's fair to say TMZ haven't earned the right to grace or benefit of the doubt based on their reporting down the years and what they are as an organization. And a lot of people forensically broke down the car chase video that they were talking about, and they overlapped it with the timing of the announcement of Kirk's death. And of course, needless to say, the laughter doesn't match up to the lie. I certainly believe they are lying about this, and I certainly believe, based on all of the celebration around Kirk's death I saw, that people were indeed cheering it. And TMZ, one of the most outrageous news organizations, one of the most insensitive news organizations, they certainly employ the type of sociopath that would cheer on this type of thing. So fuck TMZ is kind of where I fall on that one. Still, you can look to respected names in news media and you can find segments and clips and spokespeople that said unbelievably heinous things as well. I mean, look, in a roundabout way, ABC News aired this segment, which essentially did what MSNBC reflexively did, which is to imply that because Charlie Kirk was divisive, that maybe this is the type of thing that happens to divisive people.
Charlie Kirk has been shot during an event at Utah Valley University. The founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative student organization, is known for his outspoken views on politics, culture, religion, often taking his messages to colleges and universities, sparking sometimes pretty heated debates on campus. Let's get right to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky. Aaron, what do you know?
Two law enforcement sources confirmed to ABC News, Kira, that Charlie Kirk indeed was shot as he was speaking at an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. You're right, his presence there at the university had divided the campus, according to an article in the school paper, where there were people on both sides debating whether he should even be allowed to bring his message, often loyal to the agenda of President Trump, to campus. But he was speaking at this outdoor event in a courtyard. We've seen some video of that event. A shot rings out. The entire crowd goes scattering.
I guess whatever you do, don't divide a campus, right? And when you think about, the kind of movement of young men towards the MAGA movement, towards republicanism, towards conservatism, when they used to be historically in with the Democrats, so much so when Mitt Romney campaigned against Barack Obama, they didn't go to a lot of university campuses. They thought that was like an ironclad world you just couldn't make any inroads into as a Republican. Well, look, guess what? When left-wing speakers go to campuses now, they also divide the campus, don't they? So, what's the implication here from ABC News? I also heard another clip on MSNBC. It was again Katie Tur, who's been absolutely fucking appalling from start to finish on the way she has handled this. She was talking about being afraid that someone might pick up Charlie Kirk's cause, again, using language as if he was some sort of terrorist himself.
People are really upset, and they start lashing out online, and they start blaming others for what led up to this. I mean, we see it when Democrats are targeted. We see it when Republicans are targeted, and we're seeing it with this. Anna Paulina Luna, who's a representative from Florida, has put this out on X. She's blaming the Democrats. She's blaming the rhetoric the Democrats use calling Republicans fascist. She's saying you are the hate. If you're in the FBI field office and you see this sort of stuff bubbling up online, how worried do you get about somebody taking up the cause of Charlie Kirk and lashing out on somebody who's seen as a Democrat or somebody who is a Democrat?
CNN ran a segment talking about how Turning Point USA would go to college campuses and often have divisive guests, and then, in a moment of clarity, it seems, listed that, yes, sometimes those events would turn violent, and indeed talked about who was perpetrating the violence at these events.
Chapters across the nation, and they would also have, these big events that would often invite sometimes controversial figures who were making big waves in the news. And these events would often attract protests. Sometimes these would get very tense, and sometimes they would actually get violent. In fact, just earlier this year in April at UC Davis, violence erupted when protesters started assaulting Turning Point activists, tearing down their equipment. At least 2 people during that event reported being assaulted. In 2023 in San Francisco, swimmer Riley Gaines, who was speaking at a Turning Point USA event about transgender athletes, she says that she was accosted by protesters. She said she had to be barricaded in a room for several hours. And then in 2019, a man actually ended up facing felony charges for assaulting one of their activists for the group at UC Berkeley who was trying to recruit students. And today's event, actually, there was a petition online trying to get the university to cancel the event. Now, that petition had less than 1,000 signatures, but they said Kirk's presence and the messages he delivers stand in contrast to the values of the university. And actually, a petition was also launched for a similar event that Charlie Kirk was supposed to be speaking at, also at a Utah university on September 30th. And that event, or that petition, had more than 6,500 signatures on it. Charlie Kirk actually even tweeted about these protests, about these petitions, posting online what's going on in Utah, along with screenshots of some of the headlines about the controversy about these events.
Kind of an interesting contrast to the MSNBC segment, don't you think, where we're talking about being worried about people taking up Charlie Kirk's cause, and yet Charlie Kirk walked into these hostile environments. There were people even charged with violent crimes against him, his guests, his staff, and that seems to have fallen by the wayside for MSNBC. No worries or concerns when any of that was happening. The New York Times, in one of their many think pieces about Charlie Kirk, ran the following. They said that he said the government had hid the source of the COVID virus and claimed it had emerged from a Chinese lab in the city of Wuhan. He later rallied opposition to school lockdowns and mask mandates. He was so vocal in his willingness to spread unsupported claims and outright lies. He said that the drug hydroxychloroquine was 100% effective in treating the virus, which it is not, that Twitter temporarily barred him in early March 2020. But that move only added to his notoriety and seemed to support his claim that he was being muzzled by a liberal elite. Now, what's ridiculous there, of course, is let's go back and review that crazy time where people were literally deplatformed for saying things like hydroxychloroquine was effective. Now, I agree now, obviously, it wasn't. People were scrambling for answers. People were scrambling for solutions. People didn't feel comfortable with vaccines. Reminder, it was Operation Warp Speed under Trump that brought us the vaccine. Many Democrats said they didn't want to take a, quote, rushed, end quote, vaccine or a, quote, Trump vaccine, end quote. That was a mainstream stance. For those that don't remember, let me remind you that in the initial phases of the COVID pandemic, there were lots of drugs that were absolutely found to not work against COVID that were given authorizations to clinicians to use, and hydroxychloroquine was one of them. The FDA authorized clinicians to prescribe chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine for patients admitted to hospital with COVID-19. This is a matter of fact. Indeed, it was one of the first drugs that was essentially experimented with on the front lines, particularly in places like New York. It was part of the initial thing that we thought we might have some responses about this. All of this went back to a French study, which was very dubious, didn't really meet the threshold you should have needed for prescription. But of course, Donald Trump, desperate for a win in the face of the pandemic, he ran with it and cited it. And so many of his followers also believed in the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. Put it this way, it is crazy that a drug that was actually given an FDA authorization to be prescribed during COVID, citing it as effective would actually get you deplatformed. That seems mad to me. It's also insane to frame being now in 2025, anyone against lockdowns or mask mandates was wrong. Is that where we're going to go? We know it was largely ineffective in stopping the spread of the virus, and we know that it gave us other forms of societal harm, some of which we're never going to be able to compensate for, like generations of kids due to school lockdowns in America that are going to be permanently behind in their education or permanently behind in their socialization. We know there was a massive increase in the diseases of despair, depression, alcoholism, drug use, and then all of the deaths associated with that, the isolation, the suicides, the overdoses, the cirrhosis. There wasn't really a sober risk assessment of lockdown policy done, certainly not in the US, certainly not in the UK. It really showed how people were grasping at straws to try and make Charlie Kirk sound like a much worse figure than he actually was. And trust me, I think Charlie Kirk certainly said some things you could absolutely point to. But that, for me, isn't one of them. Indeed, the New Republic went with the headline, MAGA troll Charlie Kirk shot during speaking event at a university. That was their tweet to their article, which they then deleted and amended aspects of that article to remove that framing. So yes, there were some pretty inflammatory responses on the left. Of course, there would be. There were some pretty inflammatory responses coming out of the right-leaning media as well. For me, I can understand it. A lot of these right-wing commentators obviously knew Charlie personally, but also when you are in a position of being on the media or being a commentator or being a journalist or having a significant following, it is up to you to recognize the responsibility you must wield. Journalistic responsibility includes not injecting invective that is going to potentially cause further harm. And even when you editorialize, There should be some sort of guardrails about what you say. I can't in good conscience point to all of the examples of MSNBC and then not point to examples from Fox News or some of the other people employed by the Daily Wire, for instance. And that's what I'm going to do. If cooler heads are going to prevail in all of this, then everyone has a responsibility in their messaging to make sure that we can find a middle ground where we can agree the murder of Charlie Kirk is abhorrent, and if it had been someone on the left, it would be abhorrent, and any further killings or retaliation of violence and hostility is also abhorrent, and we have to meet in the middle with that. And unfortunately, as we'll get to, the administration that's currently in power doesn't seem very interested in that, and a lot of right-wingers don't seem very interested in that anymore. And what this is going to create is this feedback loop of the right wing don't want to meet us in the middle, so okay, we'll just go back to business as usual. You're fascists and Nazis. And over the days that I put this episode together, that's what I've seen. That's what's actually happening now. First, I will replay the clip from the previous episode of what Jesse Waters said in the immediacy after the announcement of Kirk's death.
Said this hits differently because Charlie was one of us, and Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
Using the language of war and calling your opponents rats is pretty much equivalent to using the language of war and calling your opponents Nazis and fascists. It's not going to take us to a good place, and it's absolutely reprehensible, and Fox News should have made him apologize for these statements, even highly charged emotions notwithstanding. But out of all of the commentators on the right side of the aisle, probably the most irresponsible and reckless has been Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, a lot of people see him as an analog to Charlie Kirk. He is not that. Charlie Kirk would never have engaged in some of the rhetoric that Matt Walsh would. Matt Walsh is from that old school of right-wing provocateur where they're designed to elicit a strong response from you. They are disingenuous in a lot of their framing. There is a kind of almost a trollish glee when they cause offense. Causing offense a lot of the time is the point. And he went from having a few days after the murder of that poor Ukrainian girl on public transport, where he said a lot of pretty beyond the pale things, in my opinion. He went immediately from that, saying he'd been radicalized in that moment, and then sort of came into the Charlie Kirk shooting a few days later and continued that tone and tenor. And if you listen to a lot of the videos he's put out, he has been somebody that ultimately has just been wildly reckless in terms of raising the temperature.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. It is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
The other prominent call that was coming out from these types of commentators was to go after the billionaires that funded groups that might have been adjacent to some leftist protests, riots, or violence. And that obviously principally includes George Soros. But there are a number of billionaires that fund political action in America. It's one of the reasons why I've always said America is the world's largest banana republic, and to pretend otherwise is kind of ridiculous. To pretend they don't have oligarchs is ridiculous. All of these other orthodoxies, when we talk about American politics, they're absurd on their face. But I think it was best typified by Mike Cernovich. Mike Cernovich has talked a lot about what he wants, and he wants to see these billionaires essentially having their assets taken away from them to be investigated, for Trump, who alluded that he might do this, to use RICO as a cudgel, RICO statutes as a cudgel, to ultimately go after these people and prosecute them criminally, which I think would be terrible for the country. But anyway, this is what Mike Cernovich said. As I said, there were multiple people saying this. Mike Cernovich has probably been the most vocal proponent of that strategy.
The murder of Charlie Kirk is not remotely surprising, although it is tragic, and everyone is trying to collect their thoughts on this. But there are a few people who are responsible and need to take accountability, need to be called out, and I consider chief among them congressional Republicans. The way of life of a MAGA person, myself included, has been the specter of political violence, knowing any day you could be attacked. These are not abstract concerns. You can see footage, hundreds of clips from people who went to the San Jose Trump rally in 2015. The Chicago Trump rally was shut down. The deplorable, the inauguration event held in 2017. Even when congressional Republicans were almost mass murdered in the Scalise shooting or the congressional baseball shooting, however you call it, Republicans refuse to take action or do anything. And that leads me to wonder if they are in service of the demons and in service of the same people who are trying to destroy the country. Because that's what it looks like to me. We see what happens after J6, what Democrats can do. We see what the government can do using lawful means. And nothing has happened. We've seen Republicans in Congress spring to action when college kids are debating Israel, right? Which, don't get me wrong, shared enemy. I don't like those leftists either. I'm glad they're being deported. But I haven't seen the world stop after a murder of Charlie Kirk, in the way the world had to stop because some left-wing blue-haired girl flipped the phone of an adult male with an IDF shirt. Oh, we gotta stop the presses for that. But when you can't even be a Trump supporter without facing people trying to kill you, and there are cases like one in North Dakota where a teenage boy was run down and prosecutors claimed it wasn't politically motivated, even though the kid was a prominent Trump supporter and was talking about Trump. That's where we are. So I'm seeing congressional Republicans sort of give Hallmark memories and a Hallmark sentimentality, but that isn't what we need or what we want at this point. We need to know if they're going to take action, because it really concerns me what will happen if RICO isn't used to shut down Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, Steve Jobs' widow, the ex-wife of Jeff Bezos. It really upsets me if they aren't defrocked and defunded immediately, because I do not want to live in a world, nor do I think you, and I don't care billionaires, I don't think anybody wants to live in a world where you have normalized sectarian violence. I'm against it. Republicans in Congress, though, I hold you responsible.
You will also hear from this side of the aisle a lot about Charlie Kirk and what he would have wanted. I always think it's strange in these instances where people are so keen to give a dead person's perspective. I think we can certainly say he wouldn't have lost his faith or altered his beliefs had he survived. I don't think it would have changed his view on guns. I don't think it would have changed his view on Christianity. I don't think it would have changed his view on any of the opinions he held. I think, if anything, he would have believed he'd been spared by Christ, and he would have probably doubled down. That seems to be a likely outcome. One thing I can say about Charlie Kirk, as well as that, is, in his own words, he said that he abhorred violence. In his own words, he said he wanted us to talk. In his own words, he said, absolutely do not censor anybody. He doesn't want it for the left. He doesn't want it for the right. He believes it's wrong. He thinks conversations have to occur, and whatever platforms we use to have those conversations, they should allow people to have those conversations. What Cernovich is talking about is ultimately going after a billionaire class that create platforms or publications or fund groups that want to have those conversations. Now, yes, certainly, I think we can agree that some of that money, that dark money, it's definitely gone to bad things. There's no doubt about that. And certainly some groups have resorted to violence. I've talked a lot about the 50-51 movement. It should be shut down. It has a body count now. It was stupid to begin with. And you go over onto Reddit, and what do you see? People just, again, this distorted reality of the world, talking about Nazis being everywhere, fomenting violence, calling for more killings, and that's just allowed to stand. It cannot be. That absolutely has to be stopped. But defunding oligarchs and taking away their platforms that they've built for essentially funding counter-political activities, I really don't like that. I don't think that sets a great precedent at all, and I don't think it takes us to a great place in America, and I also don't think Charlie Kirk would want it. And similarly, for all of the people that are using the language and invective of war and fighting, and we've got to go after these guys, I don't think Charlie Kirk would have wanted that either. One of the clips that I always kind of think about when I hear people saying things like this is when he went to a college campus provocatively dressed as an ICE agent, and a girl essentially assaulted him. She stole his ICE cap and tried to run away with it, which would have been assault and theft. And there's people there, there's security there, and police there, and they say, do you want to press charges? And he says, absolutely not. You know, he wasn't vindictive like that. And so a lot of the people that are calling for a vindictive response, well, I don't think that's what Charlie would have wanted. And I never met the man, but I look at his words and his deeds, and I think he'd want you to lower the temperature. I really believe that.
And now I'm not.
What does your hat say?
ICE.
What does that stand for?
Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. Hey, don't touch it.
What are you doing?
Gotta let her have her emotions, man. Just listen.
Have a nice day.
Listen, I'm not saying that she was right.
Let's have a conversation.
She was wrong for that. But you gotta show yourself
Sorry,
that. If you really love her, you let her go.
No, 100%, guys. I'm not gonna press. Thank you. See, I'm not gonna.
I'd have been pissed. I'm not going to elbow.
No, that's not.
I got a question.
Sure. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
I don't think I told you. My name's Mercury.
Nice to meet you. Well, nice to re-meet you, I should say.
What do you hope to get out of this? Why are you here?
Okay, I've been asked that question a lot. First of all, that question should not even have to be asked, but when people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When church starts happening, they fall apart. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. Whether it be the great genocide, the horrible genocides of the last 100 years, people stop talking with each other because they lose their humanity. I wish we could be here without having my hat thrown off and stuff, but what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
Okay, this is the part of the podcast where Future Richard is talking. What I want to take a look at is two journalistic firings that people are currently complaining about, and this goes to what happened in the initial responses to Charlie Kirk's death, which ultimately is what this episode is going to forensically break down. Now, The first, obviously, is Matt Dowd, whose clip we included in this. I saw a tweet from John Podderetz, and he said that Dowd is not a bad person. He will regret these words and apologize. The issue is that he didn't realize, as he was speaking them, that they are part and parcel of the atmosphere that makes these events thinkable. And it turns out that he absolutely didn't apologize, nor thought he had anything to apologize for. Instead, he posted a blog on his Substack called Lighthouse Sentinel, and I had to double check all of this. I couldn't believe it wasn't a troll. I couldn't believe this wasn't some mischievous person interpreting Matt Dowd. I suppose it is possible he may have been hacked, but this is very much his blog. It's been around for a while. It's got previous writings on it about politics going back to 2022, which is where it seemed he was at his most prolific. And before he essentially took a contract with MSNBC to be a political commentator. There hasn't been a post on there for a few years, and then this one comes up, and he was fired from MSNBC. MSNBC did put out an apology for his statement. This is the MSNBC president, Rebecca Cutler. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. And a lot of people said, no, the apology's not going to cut it this time. We're sick of journalists doing this, and we're sick of MSNBC. And if you do not fire him, it doesn't count. And then, lo and behold, he ended up fired. And he wrote the following, and I just can't believe it's real. I'm really struggling to accept that this is real, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it is true, that stupid phrase that gets thrown around all the time. You don't hate them enough. Right. I'll read it to you. Wow, what a few days. On Tuesday evening, I was in Little Rock, Arkansas, talking to a large gathering of folks about how we have to look at our country and each other with new eyes and envision the kind of country and world we want to live in. And in that vision, how we want to treat each other and how we want our friends and families to be treated. We need to take that feeling and translate it into actions to reimagine America in the 21st century, diminishing the hate and bile and unite together along the ideals we hold dear while reforming our institutions and structures to meet the moment. And then 24 hours later, I was terminated from MSNBC for in part saying hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which ultimately lead to hateful actions in the midst of the tragic shooting in Utah of right-wing leader Charlie Kirk. I'd like to explain in some detail what happened. Now, even up to this point, I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a mea culpa, and, he's going to make out that, I was put on the spot, and I didn't really fully comprehend the impact and gravity of what I was saying. But no, listen. Years ago, when I was at ABC News as chief political analyst, I was very critical of Donald Trump and the Republican Party as I saw our constitutional democracy threatened. A number of times when President Trump and White House staff called up the head of ABC News and tried to get me to back off and have me fired. ABC News folks came to me a number of times after that and tried to get me to not be so critical. I ultimately left ABC News and ended up a senior political analyst as MSNBC. At MSNBC, I have made nearly 1,000 appearances speaking on a diverse range of topics and always consistently condemned gun violence and political violence of any kind, no matter where it came from. This past Wednesday, I was asked to come on to talk about a range of topics, and I was about to go on air. The breaking news happened of gunshots being fired at a Kirk event in Utah. Keep in mind, when the anchor came to me to comment on the national environment, the only thing known at the time was shots were fired, and there was no reporting yet that Kirk was the target or had been shot at. I said in the moment that we needed to get the facts because we have no idea what this could be and that it could easily be someone firing a gun in the air to celebrate the event. Remember, Kirk is a diehard advocate of the Second Amendment. And again, I don't know why he's doubling down on that. It's an incredibly stupid thing to say. I said that Kirk has been a very divisive and polarizing figure. I then added that we are in a toxic time in America, unlike every other democracy in the world, where we have a combination of divisiveness and near unlimited access to guns. The effort by Holocaust survivors to remind folks of Germany in the 1930s, hashtag it started with words, came to my mind, and I said my now legendary line, hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which ultimately lead to hateful actions. I thought to myself, how could anyone disagree with this? I guess I was naive. The right-wing media mob ginned up, went after me on a plethora of platforms, and MSNBC reacted to that mob. Even though most at MSNBC knew my words were being misconstrued, the timing of my words, forgotten, remember, I said this before anyone knew Kirk was a target, and that I apologized for any miscommunication on my part, I was terminated by the end of the day. I'm getting over the shell shock of the past few days and will turn my gaze on adventures and the journey ahead. And a big part of that will be using my voice on this and other platforms to advocate for finding ways to unite our country around a common sense vision of ideals and values. It starts with me and all of us looking at each other and out into the world with new eyes, a journey into the unknown that will be filled with mystery and many ups and downs. But reimagining a new America starts with new eyes, leads to a new language, and will involve building new institutions and reforming many that no longer fit us. Even though I am down and a bit disheartened at the moment, I still have hope and faith in a majority of Americans who want and hunger for the same things I do. We can do this. So, at no point did it occur to him that he is now too extreme for MSNBC. It doesn't occur to him that maybe he fucked up. And so the blog post was bad enough. And then, when I was preparing for this, so I had the blog post ready, I noticed he'd posted again on September the 15th. And I thought, okay, right, there's another post. What's he saying here? Well, the post is called Wear It Proud. And if you can believe it, far from John Poderotz's proclamation that he would apologize for the awful things he said. Not only has he not apologized, he is now monetizing what he said. And here it is. As part of my effort to walk in the world with new eyes and stay stronger is this moment in order to preserve our democracy and push love over hate. I have had some t-shirts, etc. designed. Using the quote, hateful thought leads to hateful words, leads to hateful actions, for which I was fired for on September 11th, 2025, I thought you might all be interested. I'll be wearing mine with pride as soon as I get it in the mail. Order from here. All proceeds of this will go to Holocaust survivor-led digital campaign, hashtag it started with words. So, not only is he trying to raise money off the back of this and move in, I mean, like, it's so ridiculous as well. Like, it's such a shit t-shirt because he's just some fucking boomer. It's like the type of thing you would buy in Walmart for $5. And he is also somehow trying to retcon what he said to somehow being linked to the Holocaust, and therefore, by extension, by recognizing hashtag it started with words, he is implying that Charlie Kirk's words were so beyond the pale, it is analogous to what the Nazis did to Jews via the Holocaust. I am fucking staggered. This might be the single biggest act from a journalist that just shows they have they lack any self-awareness. It is the one personality trait common to almost every American journalist today. They have no self-awareness at all. They have no concept of how this could look. The responses to this, you can't even begin to imagine on social media. And the responses on his Substack, of course, are all like, I got mine, I'm doing my part, you shouldn't have been fired by MSNBC. He absolutely should have been fired for that. It is a fucking news network, guys. What did he do in the moment after an assassination occurred? He speculated about how the shooter was a redneck hick, probably, just some idiot dispensing a gun. And he said that, oh, you know, if you're going to say hateful words, then yeah, maybe you get shot. That's just how it goes. That's karma. You couldn't. Put it this way: if fucking Chris Morris ran this segment on Brass Eye, you go, nah, he's lost his touch. There's nothing appropriate or necessary or newsworthy about any of that. It's horrifically irresponsible. It's easily as irresponsible as Jesse Waters saying the same thing. That we want to fight back. We're in a war. We're going to get these rats. It's fucking insane that anyone would defend this. There's another firing that occurred, and this one's a bit more high profile, and it's generating a lot of speculation from journalists as of the time of recording this about, oh no, are we about to enter into a terrible era for free speech? And it was Karen Attier of the Washington Post. Now, Karen Attier has been at the Washington Post for a long time. I want to say, I don't know, it's certainly over north of a decade. It'd be about 12, 14 years, something like that. She has been responsible for writing some of the most predictable, tedious, hectoring columns on that publication. Like a lot of these performative shit-lib journalists, she's, of course, posting on Blue Sky and not Twitter. And the things that she posted in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death were pretty wild. I'm going to read them to you. She was posting all day, as I'm sure you can imagine. And it was cringeworthy and inappropriate and exactly the type of thing a journalist should get fired for. We know what the deal breakers were now because she's published her termination letter, because guess what? She's launching a Substack. That place they attacked for being an unchecked, unfettered conversation hive. They're all on there now, bizarrely. And they'll ruin it. They'll turn it into fucking shit inside of 5 years. And we'll all have to move to another platform and rinse and repeat. But anyway, she said, refusing to tear my clothes and smear ashes on my face in performative mourning for a white man that espoused violence is not the same as violence. And she also said, there's just tons here. Part of what keeps America so violent is the insistence that people perform care, empty goodness, and absolution for white men who espouse hatred and violence. For everyone saying political violence has no place in this country, remember 2 Democratic legislators were shot in Minnesota just this year, and America shrugged and moved on. Because America, especially white America, is not going to do what it needs to get rid of guns in their country. It will be thoughts and prayers. Violence has no place out of a performance of goodness, not out of the resolve to convince their communities to disarm. Political violence has no place in this country. And these are all separate, whatever they call them on fucking Blue Sky, clouds or whatever, fuck knows. Political violence has no place in this country, but we will also do nothing to curb the availability of the guns used to carry out said violence. The denial and empty rhetoric is learned helplessness, because the truth is, America is sick, and there is no cure in sight. I wish I had hope for gun control, and that I could believe political violence has no place in this country, but we live in a country that accepts white children being massacred by gun violence. Not just accepts, but worships violence. And so you can see, far from posting anything responsible or essential, she added racial animus to the situation. There's no racial component to this killing, nor to anything Charlie Kirk said, although we're going to get to that in a second. And ultimately, she said, America bad, America sick, the white people, white right-wingers don't want to get rid of guns, and therefore the violence will continue. Now, that would be bad enough. That's grounds for termination, okay? That's grounds for termination, guys, if you're a journalist. That's beyond standards and practices. You are going to get your, whatever it's called in America, P45 over here. That's totally reasonable. However, here's what else she did. She also posted a quote from Charlie Kirk. Spoiler, it is not a quote. Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot. Charlie Kirk. And even in her Substack, she says, quote, that is Charlie Kirk's own words on record, end quote. Now, I am going to tell you, he has not ever said that. Ever. And anyone telling you he has is a fucking liar. You don't have to agree with his thoughts on DEI, But if you cannot accurately quote the man, do not critique the man. Very simple standard to hold yourself to, which, for a journalist of all of her experience, she couldn't even accurately quote someone. She spread a false quote about a man who had been murdered in the direct aftermath of his murder. To slander him, yes, you get fucking terminated. Enjoy Substack, where no one is going to read your shit. You are at one of the biggest mastheads in the world, protected because, as you point out in your Substack post, you were the sole remaining black woman in the opinions section. You could have had it cushy. All you had to do was not enter into journalistic malpractice. But you chose to, because you people think you're untouchable. You journalists think you can get away with anything, that you can violate all the sacred ethics that go into to being a journalist, and no one will ever hold you accountable. Well, it's different now. It's different now. People have seen the Charlie Kirk murder, and it has shook people back to reality, where you people haven't been operating in some time. And so, yes, you do get fired over this. And I'm even going to play you the clip where she misquotes Charlie Kirk, just so you know he didn't say it.
You really have to wonder, in fact, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. This is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course, that's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think, as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies, that turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our policies.
As you can hear yourselves from the clip, Charlie Kirk doesn't impugn all black women. Of course he doesn't. What he says is those 4 specific black women aren't very good at what they do. And through DEI policies and affirmative action, and Charlie Kirk was one of these people that believed in pure meritocracy, through those policies, they've been elevated to positions they're not equipped to hold. Now, again, you don't have to agree with his assessment. You don't have to agree that DEI and affirmative action haven't been positive and shouldn't exist and all of that stuff. But you will accurately quote the dead man on the fucking day he dies. That seems to me to just be a basic journalistic standard. You don't smear the dead person on the day he dies. So yes, you get fired. And good on the Washington Post for firing her, because that's the type of firing in the Biden years that simply wouldn't have happened. There's needed to be accountability in journalism for some time, many, many years, before the Trump years, but certainly all throughout the Trump years. I pointed this out on Twitter to Chris Cillizza the other night. Chris Cillizza is another staggeringly not self-aware person at all, like complete lack of self-awareness. And he was reading an article and he posted that a quote from that article, and the quote was, "The goal stopped being say something true and became say something viral. And over time, we forgot how to disagree without turning every conversation into a brawl. Why would you bother? Brawling was a great way to build a dedicated audience." And that quote is entirely accurate. But as I said to Chris Cillizza, that describes the guiding principle of modern journalism in the US, where you were willing to participate for many, many years. When everyone give themselves a pass for eschewing objectivity because fighting imaginary fascism is more important, this is what happens. And of course, he's not going to reply to little old me, but, you know, my post got nearly as much engagement as his, so point made, I guess. These people are ridiculous and deeply unserious, and anybody that doesn't see the firings of the two journalists I've just listed as good is also deeply unserious. We have to get back to having standards in journalism, and the one thing the Charlie Kirk thing should bring home is we absolutely do not, and in fact, we are constantly finding new lows on a daily basis. Anyway, if you thought the reactions from the media in the immediate aftermath were bad, wait till you hear about the manhunt. Incredibly, Charlie Kirk's assassin was able to simply walk away, place ammunition and a rifle in a place where he was later hoping to retrieve it, and potter around for a while. And in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, one of the things that people thought had happened was they thought they'd immediately caught the guy. There was an old man. I mean, he looked like Larry David. There was a lot of memes flying around, as I'm sure you can imagine, in these times. And the man had attracted the attention of police. He had said he was invoking his Fifth Amendment rights. This video was then uploaded to the internet, where everyone said, "We've caught the shooter." There was then later a video of him being perp-walked with his trousers round his ankles by police and being pushed to the floor. And there was much cheering about that. There was speculation about what could have radicalized a boomer. Maybe it was like some old hippie having one last roll of the revolutionary dice. And a lot of speculation around who this guy was. Well, that guy was later released without charge. Why? Because he wasn't the shooter. That small detail didn't stop Kash Patel from tweeting out that they'd apprehended the suspect. Or, as Kash Patel would say, the subject. Indeed, this was one of the craziest things I'd sort of seen, because subject implies that it is unequivocal that the person you have got is the shooter. They have been a subject of an investigation or surveillance or something such as that. A suspect is someone reasonably suspected of a crime. And so he's currently, at the time of recording this, he's actually getting hauled over the coals for the tweets that he put out, as we'll get into in this episode. I think if anyone had any doubts about Kash Patel and his suitability to be the director of the FBI, he hardly acquitted himself in glory with this one, and really seemed out of his depth, and embarrassingly so, frankly. Anyway, about this old guy, the subject, as Patel said. It would later be revealed he was the 71-year-old George Zinn. And by his own admission, he said he yelled that he was the shooter to enable the real shooter to get away. In fact, he even said to police, I shot him, now you must shoot me. It looked like maybe it was an attempt at suicide by cop. Then, when arrested and cuffed, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to silence so as not to self-incriminate. And then when they accessed his phone, they found sexual exploitation images of children on there. This guy was a long-term kook. He was arrested in 2013 after he sent threatening emails to the Salt Lake City Marathon organizers, as if he was going to do another Boston Marathon bombing or something. It was just a crazy moment, and ultimately he is going to be charged with obstruction of justice because what he did divert resources from a critical time, and maybe the shooter couldn't have walked away from the scene of the crime had it not been for the fact that police were preoccupied with somebody that, in retrospect, could never have been the shooter at all. But anyway, Kash Patel had to then later tweet to a ravenous right-wing base that were desperate for any information and indeed immediate retribution that the subject that they definitely had caught and had in custody and had done so in a record amount of time was in fact being released without charge in Charlie Kirk's murder. And then the manhunt began. And in the vacuum of information, there was some insane speculation as to what could have happened from all of the worst people that would usually use something like this to speculate to further their own agendas. Morgan J. Freeman, not the actor. Everybody thought it was the actor. They do this every time this guy tweets something. They go after the beautiful, saintly old man, Morgan Freeman. Morgan J. Freeman is just a shitty film director and TV producer. And he's increasingly lent into politics as he's produced nothing of substance in some time. And so he said the following. He said, how do we know Trump didn't order Kirk's assassination as a distraction from Epstein and a tactic to start the civil unrest he needs to declare martial law and delay the 2026 midterms? Now, incredibly, people were engaging with that in good faith until he had to delete it because of the perceived backlash. Probably with everything that's going on relating to the cancellations, probably a very bad decision to kind of co-sign that kind of dangerous thinking. But then, of course, there were others that wanted to blame, wait for it, stop me if you've heard it before, the Jews. That's right, conspiracy theorists blaming the Jews for something. That's fucking novel. This one seems to relate to some baseless claims that Charlie Kirk was moving away from supporting Israel. Now, I'm not going to bombard you with Charlie Kirk clips, but he was a friend to Israel. He said that there was a moral obligation to stand with Israel, particularly after October 7th. He was somebody that had, in recent times, said he prayed for the victims of the retaliation from Israel, that he did feel empathy for the people that were dying in Gaza. That seems to have been the root cause for people to say he was turning away from Israel. It simply isn't true. The grifter Jackson Hinkle tweeted on the day Charlie was shot, Charlie Kirk said he feared Israel would kill him if he stepped out of line. Netanyahu paused his attacks on 7 different countries to tweet about Charlie minutes after the attack. The arrested suspect was a patsy and the shooter is still on the run. Am I hearing this right? Now, Netanyahu was aware of who Charlie Kirk was, certainly. I mean, as I said, the Israeli state, with it being so allied with America, it will know prominent political commentators, particularly those that talk about Israel. It will know them on both sides. It will know its most vehement critics and its most vehement supporters. That just makes total sense. Netanyahu wasn't the only world leader outside of America that tweeted that they were praying for Charlie Kirk. Keir Starmer, of course, did. And nobody said Keir Starmer must be embroiled in some sort of conspiracy. But Netanyahu did tweet praying for Charlie Kirk. And, of course, this just brought out all of the same people. When Charlie Kirk was confirmed dead, Benjamin Netanyahu did say Charlie Kirk was murdered for speaking truth and defending freedom, a lion-hearted friend of Israel. He fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization. I spoke to him only 2 weeks ago and invited him to Israel. Sadly, that visit will not take place. We lost an incredible human being. His boundless pride in America and his valiant belief in free speech will leave a lasting impact. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. And then, obviously, you can imagine Jake Shields is out there. Candace Owens is out there. There was Ian Carroll. You can see here, he said yesterday was a turning point for Israel-US relations. Less than 24 hours, and the internet already figured out who the most likely culprit was. He was their friend. He basically dedicated his life to them, and they murdered him in front of his family. Israel just shot themselves. What else did we have? I mean, I'll read you the Jake Shields tweet, although why he's included in a political podcast, I don't know. The IDF snipers are known for targeting the neck. Apparently. I don't think that is true. Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a troll, right, it's got to be said, he tweeted under the Netanyahu tweet saying, "Was it you?" And then, of course, Candace Owens has been running the anti-Jew grift for months and months and months and months now.
Okay, I can tell you that. You're either going to take being kicked in the chest, okay, and told get out, and then suddenly they're all communicating behind your back. And just where he talks about that article, something goes out and suddenly it's like, what's going on? They're like trying to make you think you're going crazy because you're saying some sensible stuff. Charlie was at that moment. He says that he is receiving messages calling him an anti-Semite. So how can you lie right now and dispute it? And better question, why are you lying? I don't like little lies. I'm being contacted by a lot of people that are telling me that just within 48 hours before Charlie passed away, his top Jewish donors were pulling funding from him, demanding that Charlie take their name off of the building that they had donated to Turning Point. I guess I can figure out who that is, how many people could have donated the building. And then once Charlie was killed, they said, never mind, put it back on the building. Okay. Charlie himself had alluded to a tremendous loss of money coming in. And we'll speak about that more. More people are going to come out with information. This is all inevitable. Okay. And I'll also point you in this direction. You guys remember Bibi recently was on a PR blitz, despite the fact that he was, fighting this 96,000 front war because Israel didn't do nothing. Okay. He was doing a ton of podcasts in America. He went on to Patrick Bet-David's podcast. He went on to Brennan Tatum's podcast. He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show? Homie very quickly told us that Charlie was penning love letters to him in May. I just love you so much. It's amazing. They were so close. The boys just hits him up like, hey, I know we're fighting this 97,000 front war because we're always the victims, but do you want to just come and maybe stay at my place for the weekend here in Israel? Like, that's the vibe that Bibi was rushing to present to the media. So why didn't you do Charlie Kirk's show? I'll leave that as a question for you guys. Common sense, okay? I don't like small lies. And remember, Bibi started this. I am responding to his shamelessness, shameless misrepresentation of what Charlie was going through and what Charlie was saying. Because, and I want to be clear, to me right now, it feels, and I'm using a corporate term here, a bit like a hostile takeover, okay? Charlie builds the company organically on the basis of Charlie and Charlie's honest ideas. Suddenly, that company's got a lot of money, and Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change or maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to. And he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately up to these people. And then it doesn't matter anymore because Charlie's dead. And those very same people who were pressing him are now doing, like, very quickly trying to set in stone that, Charlie, essentially, the energy is Charlie died for Israel. He's just one of us. Nobody ask any more questions. That is literally untrue, and we're not going to allow it. Okay?
There were so many accounts laying this killing on Israel's doorstep, despite there being zero evidence to suggest as much, that Netanyahu himself had to put out a video denying the allegations.
Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people. He told me so in a letter that he sent me just a few months ago. One of my greatest joys as a Christian, he said, is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. He encouraged me to make the case directly to the American people about how vital Israel is to U.S. national security. He told me, the Holy Land is so important to my life, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Now, if Charlie disagreed with a policy of mine or a decision here and there, not only did I not mind, I welcomed it. This is the essence of Charlie. This is the essence of a free country. It's exactly what Charlie stood for. And I knew that his suggestions always came from the heart, from his love for Israel and from his love for the Jewish people. A few weeks before his death, I spoke to Charlie. I invited him to visit Israel again. And sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
For the rest of the people trafficking in conspiracy theories, they stopped short of blaming their own government or blaming Israel, but there was a lot of chatter online about how this must have been a professional hit, that it was a single bullet that scored lethally from 200 yards with a sniper rifle, and that this was some sort of spectacular shot that could only have been made by a pro, particularly as they evaded capture. Now, the reality is, if you know anything about guns, and I don't claim to be an authority on guns, but when I lived in America, I used to regularly shoot. I used to be a member of a gun club in Atlanta. I used to go to gun ranges quite frequently in Vegas. I did a sniper accreditation course thing over at Talladega one time for a fun weekend when we were driving around in a Winnebago. I know a little bit, particularly for a limey. So let me tell you, right out of the gate, that didn't pass the sniff test for me. Elevated, you're on an elevated building, you're 150 to 200 yards with a sniper rifle. That isn't really, and there's no strong crosswind or weather conditions. That really isn't a difficult shot. You would need a basic degree of competency with the gun. You would need to know how to zero sights. But ultimately, guns, hunting rifles, are designed to make that kind of shot. The scope is designed to facilitate you making that kind of shot. And people were talking about it like this was some sort of shadowy hitman, CIA hitman, some sort of expert. Only an expert could have done this. Only someone with military training could have done this. I don't think people really understand how guns work. And that meant that they had to get experts to come out and say that wasn't true. When they recovered the rifle, which we're about to get into, they had this is from USA Today, they had a firearms expert called Scott Sweeto, who was a retired official, used to be in the ATF. And he said it's an easy shot for someone, even with minimal training, to make. They also talked to Brandon Webb, a former Navy SEALs head sniper, actually an instructor in how to snipe. And he said, this shows basic competence, but not the kind of accuracy you'd expect from a trained sniper. Now, what did he mean by that? And this is kind of a gruesome detail, and I'm sorry to bring it up. Obviously, when you want to assassinate someone, you go for the headshot. And that is like the kind of reality of what people do. You want to destroy the brain, I guess. And obviously, we all know Charlie was shot in the neck. This suggests that actually the accuracy was off, that there wasn't an accounting for bullet drop or something like that in the shot. It's a forensic detail that reveals that maybe the shooter wasn't competent. This didn't stop thousands of accounts running, and some of them, again, meant to be people that have a respectable degree of critical thinking. speculating that this was a professional hit. Of course, what we would later learn is that that couldn't have been further from the truth. I will also add, because it is going to become relevant to the story, so we may as well tee it up now. There were a lot of rightoids clamoring, desperately hoping that the shooter was going to be trans. They even on 4chan incorrectly identified a trans person as being responsible. In case you're not aware, 4chan has a board called Politically Incorrect, known as POL. And pretty much there you can articulate any thought, no matter how extreme. It's got a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of racism, a lot of trolling, a lot of shitposting, a lot of genuine good faith engagement around political ideas. It's generally considered one of the last bastions of forums where you can go and say things that are considered outside of the normal purview of discussion. And they're also known for conducting their own investigations. And a lot of the time, these are very harmless, cultural, funny things that they do. Like, for example, finding Shia LaBeouf's "He Will Not Divide Us" flag by using star charts and astronomy, this type of thing. They've had a very good track record of finding out information ahead of time of the police, because it is what they call, the joke is, weaponized autism. That there are a lot of people on that board that have particular niche sets of skills and personality traits, and when it comes together as a collective and they share the workload, they're able to find out things that maybe people in law enforcement or the media can't. And that's always been their historical framing. This time, they couldn't have been further from the mark. They identified someone called Sky Valadez as being a potential shooter. They forensically broke down the shooter's photos, which had now been released to the general public, and saying that it was clearly a trans person trying to represent themselves as a male, but it was clearly a biological woman. This was the conclusion 4chan had arrived at, and they blamed someone called Sky Valadez because she had a SoundCloud song called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. Even not getting into the specifics of this misidentification, there was generally a clamor from right-leaning accounts saying, I bet the shooter is trans, I bet the shooter is going to be a trans person, that this is going to be like the school shooting that happened the week prior. And you could sense this palpable desire to crowbar anything trans into this story because of the cultural moment the right is going through in America right now. And that would become relevant somewhere down the line. We'll talk about it soon. Prior to the photos being released of the suspect, who was at that time unnamed, there had also been blame placed on a guy called Michael Mallinson, a 77-year-old Canadian man who looked like the 71-year-old guy, George Zinn. And also, of course, we went through the hilarious Sam Hyde is the shooter thing that people fall for every single time. The FBI had also put out a description that would not be consistent with what the shooter looked like when they would later release photos. And this detail was picked up on CNN.
There's one thing that I think is very inconsistent, and it bothers me, and that is that photo that you're looking at right now. That's the photo of this guy blending in. The description that the FBI put out, the description you just heard on that radio, was a description of someone who was in tactical gear, fully kitted out, it sounded like. Now, granted, he could have hit all that stuff, but that hasn't been found. So I'm not sure that, there's an inconsistency there that could actually come back later at a trial to be what I would call exculpatory material.
Indeed, there had been contradictory information presented to the public, which is normal when things like this are happening. It's just not normal when it's coming from law enforcement and the people that are meant to be conducting the investigation. CNN did spend a lot of time wondering if the lack of expertise of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who have been appointed into the FBI, they did wonder if those individuals were hampering the investigation, which was certainly fair speculation, given that by this point we had had not only a subject rather than a suspect released into the general public without charge after a video of them being arrested had gone viral. We also had an incorrect description put out into the public that would later be contradicted by the photos that the same law enforcement agency would release.
Andy McCabe, I just want to ask you, Kash Patel, the FBI director, flew to Utah today, but did not speak. And this is after a couple of days of several tweets that really got ahead of what they actually had in terms of a suspect or a subject in this investigation. What do you make of the fact that we didn't hear from him tonight?
Yeah, that one's really hard to figure out. There are many good reasons why you wouldn't go. If you're the director, you would not go out to the scene of an ongoing crisis, post-crisis investigation. I think that's many of the reasons why, typically directors don't do that. One of the reasons not to do that is because the presence of the director imposes a huge burden on the field office. There's all kinds of arrangements that have to be made. There's all kinds of security concerns that arise. Transportation becomes very complicated, and that's the last thing you want to do to the field office while they're in the middle of investigating a critical incident. So, again, it's strange to go out there under those circumstances. Why he went and then did not say anything at the press conference, I really don't know. I'm a bit at a loss to understand what was the purpose of going out there. If you're there, you probably want to at least make very perfunctory comments about appreciating the hard work of the men and women that are doing the investigation, and of course thanking your partners for the sort of access and the relationship that you have. So
yeah. It is puzzling.
I don't even know how to kind of guess at that at this point.
Yeah, I am curious. So Jonathan Wacker, do you have any thoughts about that?
No, it is odd, right? Because you announced that both the deputy director and the director were there. They came out. Yeah. They walked the site. They assessed it. Now you're sitting at a press conference in front of the nation, and there's silence. Again, it's something that.
And that burden of the director and the deputy director in the field office, I mean, we were just talking about how much they have to do, how many tips they have to go through. Mm-hmm. Helpful, unhelpful in this moment?
It can be detractive, right? I mean, it's not additive to the investigation.
There is that risk that when your boss's boss and your boss's boss's boss show up together, that the distraction is we're going to put a lot of effort into briefing the bosses.
Right. And the briefings were definitely mentioned tonight.
Right. About everything we know and everything we're doing and answering their questions. That's time when the leadership is focused on briefing their bosses instead of leading the investigation. It can be very distracting. When they canceled the noon press conference because of fast developments in the case and announced that the director was flying out, I speculated two things. One, there's a break in the case and they're going to announce a name or an arrest. Or two, that there isn't a break in the case, and they wanted to bring the power and voice of the FBI director to generate more coverage, which just makes it odder that he did show up dressed in an FBI raid jacket and jeans, and then didn't speak.
And that was a lost opportunity. It was a real lost opportunity that, because they walked through that he was reviewed the investigation and everything like that. That was the moment to reassure the public from the director's point of view. If you're there, tell the public what you saw, the activities of local law enforcement, the coordinated effort between federal, state, and local entities, all working in unison under a unified command. That was the moment, a leadership moment. I think it was just a lost opportunity by the director to actually be there and show some leadership in the moment.
It's funny. CNN are criticizing Kash Patel there for not speaking. Trust me, it gets worse when he does. It also was a huge optics loss. There was a report that came out in NBC News that said Kash Patel went to an exclusive New York restaurant called Rouse just hours after the shooting. Indeed, the timing of the tweet where he said the subject had been released after an interrogation, referring to George Zinn, was at a time when he could have been at the restaurant eating because it opens up at 7 p.m. In that report, former FBI officials said to NBC News that the posts were premature and unnecessary, that they undermined public confidence in the Bureau. They gave the public the perception that the FBI is not that organized at a time when the public is concerned because there's an unfolding crisis, the source said, and continued. They need to be reassured that the FBI and its partners have the situation under control, and that is done through accurate strategic messaging. When Patel himself was directly asked if he was indeed dining at that restaurant at the time of his tweets, he just said in a statement, the FBI worked with our law enforcement partners in Utah to bring to justice the individual allegedly responsible for the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk, and we will continue to be transparent with the American people with real-time updates as we are able. Not really sure it's being transparent if the things you're putting out there are inaccurate while you're having a swanky dinner. And also, for somebody who was supposedly such great friends with Charlie Kirk, I mean, there's even an argument to say maybe he could be recused from the investigation, despite his status at the FBI as a result of that relationship. It's also optically appalling that you're going to a swanky restaurant just hours after it happened when you know that Charlie Kirk is dead by this point. And this will get brought up again because of a later press conference, which I promise you is one of the most embarrassing things I've seen from American law enforcement officials in my lifetime. Anyway, with the killers still at large, the FBI had their first big break in the case, and that was they were able to recover the rifle and some bullets that they believe were used by the shooter. And this would essentially set off the powder keg on social media that had been simmering away with conspiracy theories for 24 to 48 hours.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the special agent in charge of the Salt Lake field office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community.
As would come out publicly, not only did they have the rifle, they also had DNA at the scene of the crime and on the rifle that would match, and they also had bullet casings with messages engraved in them. And this has become the most important detail of this particular story. We'll explain why in a moment, but at this point I have to remind you, remember what I was saying earlier about how desperate the right were to in some way link this to trans people. And obviously the chum in the water of there were messages and slogans on the bullets meant, well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the matter. Let's find out what those messages were, because that'll give us some insight into the shooter's mindset and motivation. Enter Stephen Crowder. And Stephen Crowder isn't someone you should ever take seriously as a news source. And he used to say that himself. He said, I'm just a comedian or whatever. He used to do that thing that a lot of people do, where it's like you want people to take you seriously. And then when you're wrong, you don't want to have to accept responsibility for the things you did. So you put on the clown makeup and you say, but I'm just telling jokes. I'm just asking questions. Many such cases across all of the political spectrum. I would even argue that one of the reasons late night television is in its death throes now is because of that blending of we want to be taken seriously as journalists, but actually we're not journalists. We are just comedians, and we don't want any of the responsibility if we pump false information out to our base. And now let's interview a politician seriously on a show that is meant to be about comedy. The blurring of those two particular lines, serious political commentary and comedy, it's actually staggering to think that could ever happen. Welcome to modern America, I guess. But Stephen Crowder has started leaning into this almost James O'Keefe bit in recent times, where he does investigations, or what he calls investigations, and he claimed to have had a leaked memo that was sent to him by on-the-ground police that were involved in the investigation. And I will read to you what he published. It said, on September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the American Comeback Tour. Multiple agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered, in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, and ATF SLC is working leads generated by this trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. So, they said trans and Antifa ideology. There's a thing, and I said this in the previous episode, there's a thing that you have to know when you pick up these investigative notes and you decide journalistically to publish them without thinking about the procedure involved in a police investigation. You see, what you do is you have a process of elimination. What you do is you throw warm bodies at a manhunt, and not all the people gathering the evidence have the expertise to actually know what the evidence implies. They make their initial observations. And what happened here was, for some reason, the police officer that found these bullet casings, they intuited some of the messages on the bullet casings to be trans, but they weren't. There was nothing to do with transness, trans ideology, or anything on these casings. Certainly, as we would find out, there's references to fascism on there, implying that the shooter thinks Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Nothing to do with trans ideology whatsoever. But Stephen Crowder, he doesn't like trans people. He likes to mock and ridicule trans people, which is weird for a guy who dresses up as a woman a lot of the time. Because of that, when presented with that information, he ran with it uncritically. He didn't editorialize. He didn't think this information could be inaccurate because this is an ongoing investigation. There's a reason, by the way, those details weren't released by law enforcement themselves. All of these things have to be assessed and proven to be factually accurate before you would put out these details to the general public. Stephen Crowder, because he's not a journalist, because he's never operated in an editorial capacity, because he doesn't care about the journalistic ethics of things, he put this out there blithely and somewhat incredibly, media outlets picked up this story, regardless of the fact it came from Steven Crowder, and they ran with it uncritically. They didn't think to themselves, first of all, it's an ongoing investigation. Those details could be incorrect. Second of all, Steven Crowder has an ideological vested interest in putting out anything that confirms things he believes and wants other people to believe. The Wall Street Journal was the worst. They repeated the claims uncritically. They ran an article that said ammunition in Kirk shooting engraved with transgender. They front-loaded it with transgender. Anti-fascist ideology, according to sources. Investigators found ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle that authorities believed was used in the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk, according to an internal law enforcement bulletin and a person familiar with the investigation. So there was 2 Wall Street Journal journalists that covered this story. They even claim that they had a secondary source confirm what that memorandum that Steve Crowder published said. Anyway, that obviously contributed to lots of people being harassed, a lot of trans people catching a lot of shit, and especially so soon after a trans person went into a school and murdered some kids. It was so wildly irresponsible to publish something that, if inaccurate, was going to lead to this, but it happened anyway. They changed the headline eventually to say, early bulletin said, ammunition in Kirk shooting engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology. Some sources urge caution. And indeed, the New York Times, they ran a report that said those details were preliminary, possibly misread, could be inaccurate, and the New York Times was right to say that. CNN caught a lot of heat as well for calling them cultural slogans, which actually turned out to be a much more accurate description than the Steven Crowder memorandum. Despite this, Steven Crowder still came out and peacocked around as if he'd got a big scoop and a big story, when all he'd really done was flood the zone with bullshit, make people tunnel in and focus on trans people at a time when, as I said, the right was so desperate to have that be a detail in this story. And ultimately, it created a seething, nightmarish kind of cauldron of hate and harassment around anyone that wanted to engage with this particular story. Of course, now law enforcement would have to release to the general public what the slogans on the shell casings were, because there were so many assumptions being made and everybody wanted to know this critical detail, this critical piece of information. So that's what we got. So, what were the messages? Well, the messages turned out to be: notices bulge, ooh, what's this? Hey, fascist, catch, up, right, down, down, down. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. If you read this, you are gay, lamau. So we have a slogan that is from a meme about sexual role play furries. We have Hey Fascist Catch with a Helldivers 2 reference on it. In case you don't play Helldivers 2, that code calls in the 500 kilogram bomb, which is I think the single biggest payload in the game. Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao is a song that is popular in anti-fascist circles. And if you read this, you are gay lamau is some sort of low-level Reddit tier shitpost. So that's what we had. That's what we got. And you can see not a trans reference in sight, but certainly enough to believe that the person was left-leaning. Anyone that would portray Charlie Kirk as a fascist certainly is not center or center-right, or right. And let's be real, the chances of the shooter being anything other than left-leaning, given that they are killing Charlie Kirk on a college campus, they were pretty slim to begin with. Certainly correct not to speculate about the motivations, but I think intuitively we kind of knew which way this was going to go. you can imagine how upset a lot of rightoids were that there wasn't a trans slogan on the bullets, that they were still waiting for a detail where they could potentially link it to something pertaining to trans, and they would get that detail later on, which is kind of bizarre. But first, let's get to the press conference after they caught, in air quotes, the shooter.
Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well, and I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this?" ? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! ! Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
That voice there is Governor Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah and a member of the Republican Party. And he has actually impressed me quite a bit with his leadership and messaging during this time. He hasn't fallen into the partisan rhetoric like so many Republicans have. He has obviously conducted himself with a lot of dignity, and he has constantly been a source of calling for unity and stepping back from the brink of this moment. And obviously, as well as governor, he has made all of the resources available necessary to pursue this crime And on top of that, has, of course, been available to his community, not just via press conferences, but by boots on the ground and actually meeting with people that may have been affected by this shooting, including Kirk's family. At a time when so many are failing to meet the moment, Cox has been a breath of fresh air for me, and I'm certainly hoping that that doesn't change suddenly in the next few days. However, while we're talking about people failing to meet the moment, here's Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops.
Oh, God.
The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency.
You can see here Patel is clearly covering his ass because he tweeted one of those tweets while he was likely dining at a fine restaurant and ultimately jumped the gun and didn't cover himself in glory here. He constantly uses the phrase record time. I mean, by what yardstick? And obviously did the usual fawning and pandering to the Trump administration, completely inappropriate for a director of the FBI. Crucially, though, while he makes it sound like this was some sort of historic and competent manhunt, when you know the details of what actually happened and how they were able to get the shooter, and that detail is that the father of the shooter was able to convince the shooter to turn himself in and then contacted police themselves, it really doesn't make it sound like this was exactly the most difficult of collars.
This is very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, To my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Now, look, I've been pretty even-handed with the tone of the coverage of this. I'm appalled at the crime. That should be apparent to anyone that's been listening to my podcast episode since it happened. But fucking Valhalla, really? It's so tonally inappropriate, it's actually beyond comedic in a way. I mean, first of all, it's like the kind of thing a 14-year-old would say, like something that they think is cool. It's no coincidence that the British comedy Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, about a stupefyingly dumb horror writer that made a TV show that got cancelled because it was so bad, he believes people go to Valhalla, that character.
I haven't, but you're dead. You have a little brother now. And one day we'll all meet in Valhalla.
Even if you can get past the director of the FBI going full Garth Marenghi at a press conference, I mean, what does it say about his knowledge of Charlie Kirk's beliefs? Charlie Kirk doesn't want to go to Valhalla. Charlie Kirk's a devout Christian. He wants to go to the Christian notion of heaven and be embraced by Jesus Christ, also notably not in Valhalla. I'm aware we can all say dumb things when we are grieving or in shock or we are sad, or we can reach sometimes for poignancy and we can miss by quite some distance. But this is embarrassing enough, in my opinion, to be potentially disqualifying, because it is just so absurd on its face. When I told you you were going to hear the worst law enforcement press conference of all time, you just went through it, and I cut large segments out. You have to understand, before we get to Valhalla, there is a shout out to section where Kash Patel thanks everyone that worked on the case, as if it was like a dedication on a rap album. I mean, it was truly ridiculous. Every time he was in front of a microphone, it was awful to listen to over the course of the investigation. Fortunately, Governor Cox came back to the podium and he was able to give, I think, the correct messaging, the correct tone as we move forward now that the suspect was in custody.
But I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
Now, I'm cutting the clip there because I'm going to cut him some slack. The next sentence was, unfortunately, that it would be a foreigner or something, and a lot of people seized and pounced upon that, even though he did go on to qualify. What I meant was that it was somebody that didn't share American cultural values, because it seemed so horrifying to him as an American. So, listen, he gets a pass for that one. It was a pretty good speech up until that point, and he's been great. Anyway, what do we know about the shooter? We know he's called Tyler Robinson. We know he's a 22-year-old. Once his identity was revealed, the internet did what the internet does, and they started finding old social media posts from his mother, and it revealed that he was a very good student and he'd been offered a free ride to a college. His family were Christian and Republican, no doubt. His father was a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department. One of the ways he was able to get his own son to turn himself in was by leveraging that relationship and having him talk to someone in the sheriff's department. His mother, Amber, works for Intermountain Support Coordination Services, which helps disabled people receive care. They seem to be a model American family. As for Tyler himself, he's 22 years old. He had the opportunity to go to a college, the Utah Valley University. He attended one semester in 2021 and then left. He's now, or was rather, a third-year student in the electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College in St. George, Utah. Prior to that, he had a 4.0 grade average. It seemed to be exceptionally bright. He had an interest in firearms that he had learned from his father. The rifle he used to kill Charlie Kirk was a gift that he'd been given. And so this shooter doesn't fit a typical profile of people that assassinate political figures. Usually, there is some mental illness involved. Often, they are misfits in some way, or not academically bright, or they're underachievers. This kind of shows how this radicalization can slip through, but it also shows people went out of their way to blame academia for this, and yet he was in an electrical technical college, which certainly doesn't sound like it would be a hotbed of radical thought. But then again, I don't know. I wouldn't profess to know one way or the other on that particular topic. Certainly, he had a loving and supportive family growing up. Indeed, even at the end, even after he confessed to this monstrous crime, he said he was going to commit suicide, that had been his plan, that he didn't want to go to jail. And his father, while doing the right thing by the law in turning him in, he was also able to save his son's life, essentially, by getting him to agree to surrender rather than kill himself. It's also been widely reported, and I have no idea of how I could verify this, that the father turned down a reward that was available for turning in of any information that led to the arrest of the killer. That seems that wouldn't be appropriate to offer to a family member, especially, So I don't know if that's true. That could be some boomer Facebook shit. I'll let you decide. And so for a short period of time, at least, questions were, what could have possibly radicalized this young man to go out and murder somebody else? And I think for a tiniest moment, there was a potential to have good faith conversation about this. I've been clear from the start. The left has to own this, I believe. If we're going to make any progress on this issue, you have to accept that he believed Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Charlie Kirk was not a fascist. He believed Charlie Kirk was dangerous. Charlie Kirk, I don't think, is dangerous.
The question that is out there, this is a kid, grew up in a Utah home and had a completely normal upbringing, evidently made good grades in school, did well on standardized tests. And something, and I know this is part of what your book is about, Buck, something radicalized him. Something turned him from a kid that was not particularly political, according to his parents and those around him, to expressing that he hated Charlie Kirk and being willing to kill Charlie Kirk, plan it all out. He was a far-left ideologue committed to Antifa and anti-Nazi ideology, according to the engravings on the bullets themselves. So we know what his motivation was. To me, Buck, the story now is how.
Clay Travis talking to Buck Sexton there, kind of arriving at what I think is a reasonable set of conclusions. If you look at the testimony from family members, if you look at the bullet casings themselves and the slogans that were put on there, and indeed just intuit backwards from who the target was, it all seems to say that ultimately, yes, this is something that the left are going to have to reconcile with. And I don't like using the nebulous term the left, as if left-wing thinking is monolith. I always think that's kind of reductive, but hopefully you know what I mean when I say that. As I've tried to demonstrate over the course of this series of podcasts, I do believe you can see a clear through line of speech to action to consequences. And I think ultimately that should give everybody pause for thought. Now, we obviously know a little bit more about Tyler Robinson as details came out. We know he plays Helldivers too. I talked about this. I think one of the reasons people got confused and around this, there were a number of people that were like, oh, okay, well, he's totally apolitical. This is video games and memes. And that's disingenuous. I mean, first of all, Helldivers 2, right? Like, it's a game where you are part of a fascist, air quotes, utopia under threat from others represented by aliens. It's Starship Troopers, essentially. At no point does it say in the game, hey, fascist, catch this, because in that game, you are the fascist. Indeed, the word fascist doesn't appear anywhere because they believe they're the good guys. That's how it's framed. It is a satire. It is a satirical game. Now, I can only speculate as to why he used that particular Helldivers code. As I said, I do believe the 500 kilogram bomb is the single biggest payload in the game. I've played like 60 hours of Helldivers too. But also as well, in the code, you have to input codes in the game to make certain things happen, certain types of attack or to call in resources you use to kill aliens. It does have 3 down arrows, and obviously 3 down arrows is an Antifa, anti-fascist symbol. So maybe he decided to use that code because it's the biggest payload in the game, because he wanted that to be the fatal bullet, or maybe he used it because the 3 down arrows obviously are another anti-fascist symbol. So there is that. They also found his Steam account, and on his Steam account, he had an alias where he was Donald Trump, and people obviously then lent in to say, see, he's from a Republican Christian family, so he's definitely a Republican because, look, no lefty would ironically use Donald Trump's name, particularly if they were playing a video game where you are LARPing as a fascist. I mean, come on, guys. Like, this is pretty clear. We've got more than enough information. But there was a real lot of pushback about accepting any political motive on this, which I'll get to in a moment. First, though, let's talk about the rightoids. There was another detail that came out about Tyler Robinson, and it drove the right mad.
Fox News alert. FBI sources tell Fox News Digital that the man charged with assassinating Charlie Kirk was living with a transgender partner. Bureau officials confirmed that Tyler Robinson was in a romantic relationship with someone transitioning from male to female. They say that individual is fully cooperating with their investigation, claims to have had no idea of Robinson's plans, and is not currently accused of any criminal activity.
You can imagine how ecstatic the Fox News editorial team was when this detail came to light. And for me, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen the relationship status of a killer brought up in such repetitive detail, unless, of course, the partner is an accomplice. Now, even in that framing, in that short Fox News clip, when you go, oh, the individual is cooperating and had no knowledge of the shooting, they say, and they're not accused of any wrongdoing. Wink! Like that, you may as well say that. It's so crazy. Here's what we do know about his partner. Yes, a transgender individual cooperating with law enforcement. And from what would come out later, genuinely seemed shocked and upset about what had been done. This is the reality here. That, I mean, look, it's an irrelevant detail for me personally. That's how I feel about it. I mean, you don't go to, like, let's say a shooter killed a black civil rights movement leader. Would the press feel compelled to go, the shooter's wife, who was also white? I don't know. I don't see the detail. I mean, what the right are trying to intuit, despite there being zero evidence to this, what they're trying to get people to believe is that Tyler got into what could very well be his first serious relationship with a transgender individual, and from that point was radicalized by listening to them. But there's no evidence of that. There's nothing to suggest that. And it's such an insane, dangerous, crazy talking point that just isn't anchored in reality whatsoever. And yet I have seen multiple public figures, politicians, media outlets run with this. They've been so desperate to fold an aspect of transness into this story before they even knew who the killer was. It's probably cheating, but I'll just talk about Nancy Mace. I mean, she is tweeting like 50 times a day. We're getting to a stage where I'm genuinely questioning her sanity. But at the time of recording this, she's found out who the real target should be if we want to stop this. Ilhan Omar. That's who she's going after. She's trying to have Ilhan Omar censured currently. But also, she has started doing this thing where she puts a watermark on all the media she shares, like even if it's not hers. And she just has this habit of making every tragedy or trending event being like about her. It's somehow about her. I mean, she's been tweeting non-stop, and she claimed there's an epidemic of trans violence in America that needs to be stopped. She has tweeted repeatedly about trans people since this. The two targets are trans people and Ilhan Omar. When we've caught the shooter, and if she was just talking about dangerous rhetoric and political violence, that'd be fine. But then you've got to look at your own and police your own. She's said some crazy things in the aftermath of this, and it really just shows you kind of where the modern Republican Party's at. There's zero chance of a high road being walked from these people. There isn't, of course, an epidemic of trans violence in America. What we've had instead is a cluster of incidents that have occurred in relatively close proximity where trans people have been involved. And certainly not an overwhelming number, not an amount that suggests that trans people are going to be on the FBI statistics for most shootings or anything like that. Still a small percentage of all the violence committed in America on a daily basis. Why would we get a cluster of that? Well, I mean, there's a theory called mass shooting contagion. It is the notion that when people see a shooting or a violent incident of that matter that may or may not accomplish a certain goal or intent, that people within certain groups that share those views might be more likely or encouraged to do these things. I mean, look, it goes to the heart of school shootings. Every shooter that gets arrested and doesn't die at the scene will often talk about Columbine as inspiration. They'll have usually fastidiously read about it. Why? Well, that was the school shooting that the media absolutely covered lurid. And in their naivety, they essentially glamorized the shooters, the trench coat mafia memes, everything. This is why the coverage now is tonally different, usually, when you talk about the shooters. And yet it is a genie that cannot be put back in the bottle, that there is some sort of inherent glamorous aspect to what happened on that horrifying day that seems to attune to what school shooters want in their demented fantasies. I've said this multiple times. People treat the trans community like it's a monolith, and it isn't. In the same way the left isn't, the right isn't. It's a very uneasy coalition that often is at war with itself. For instance, I don't think a lot of people realize that there is a schism in the trans community about whether dysphoria is a necessity, about whether surgery is a necessity, about whether hormones are a necessity. There's a lot of infighting. They're not aligned. And yes, like almost every group, you have a radical fringe that are willing to go too far and do terrible things because of the perception that they're under threat in some way. And I see a lot of parallels with the coverage around Muslims after the September 11th attack, that we ended up going into a time period where everybody was saying, well, you know, Islam is a dangerous school of thought, and, you know, we need them to come out and denounce, and can we really trust them in these high positions of power? What's their real motivation? Can they truly be loyal to America, etc., etc.? And what ended up happening? We ended up getting a cluster of radical Islamic attacks because of perceptions about American foreign policy and what they were doing in the Middle East, particularly in retaliation to September the 11th. And this compounded the problem, and it made it very hard to heal. And it made it hard for Americans to look at American Muslims in the same light, even though those Muslims were totally moderate, didn't support the terrorist attack, were their fellow American. And so I say again that there is no evidence whatsoever that the fact the shooter was in a trans relationship was a motivating factor, or that that trans individual even held any animus towards Charlie Kirk. And I'll also add, I'm at a loss to explain why Charlie Kirk would be a target for people if you wanted to further trans rights, trans identity, trans causes in America. Charlie Kirk's positions, unless I've missed something else, was that he didn't want gender-affirming care for children. And if you gender-affirming care is essentially where you make, in a lot of cases, irreversible medical procedures for children so that the gender they wish to be is now more in line with the features of the body. And again, if I'm wrong, I apologize. I couldn't find a clip of him saying he wanted to ban gender-affirming care for everyone. I found him saying that any doctors that wanted to do gender-affirming care on children should be prosecuted. Indeed, he said he wanted to have a Nuremberg-style trial for it. I've been on the record about this topic in the past, and one of the problems about existence is not all issues have elegant solutions. There can be trade-offs, there can be concessions, there can be victories, there can be losses. The problem facing trans people is one of, it feels like, complete torment. And I'll talk through it a little bit. So here's the issue. You believe you have a different gender identity. You realize that at an early age, or you feel that at an early age. The sooner you get your body to align with your perception, the better it is for you in terms of passing later as an adult. And by passing, I mean people in society not immediately noticing that you've transitioned. And obviously that is important. Why is that important? Because nobody wants to be treated differently. Nobody wants to be looked at like they've got an unsightly disfigurement, or to have sneering contempt or jokes mumbled under the breath when they leave a room. Nobody wants to live like that. And so the reality is, the earlier you do things, the better outcome you're going to have long term. But then that doesn't comport with our society. We don't let children make life-altering decisions. We don't let children even make medical decisions without parental guidance. We don't let them have cosmetic surgery. We don't let them have tattoos. We don't let them imbibe alcohol or drugs. And so here on this one topic, we are asking children to be adults in their decision-making because of the implications about what it does in the future. And that's a very difficult landscape to negotiate without supportive parents or anything else. And so a lot of people in America have arrived at, we don't let children do these things, therefore children can't have this type of surgery. That makes for worse outcomes for the people that are trans and they are sure they are trans, and they would have welcomed being able to transition sooner instead of having to live youth where they're one gender and then an adulthood where they're a different one. But then on top of that, you've got the reality, and this is another big schism in the trans community, that there are detransitioners. There are people who regret transitioning. And if you talk about these things, you get called a bigot and you get told that you are carrying right-wing talking points. I've got a lot of trans friends. I talk to a lot of trans people, and I have trans people in my life that regret transitioning, and they went all in and they can't really do anything about it. And so, what they found now is that because they want to detransition, that some of their trans friends that are comfortable with their transition no longer want to be friends with them, that they're now seen as a pariah. These things do happen. And it is so complicated and complex to negotiate that a lot of people don't even try. Charlie Kirk didn't try to negotiate that landscape because he was a hardline Christian who believed God created you in his image, and to alter that image is a sin of sorts. I do not think that belief is so despicable that it warrants killing someone over. And yet, at the same time, I can be empathetic towards trans people that have to negotiate that landscape because that landscape is their fucking lives. Right-wing politicians and right-wing media that have slavered over this new detail about Tyler Robinson and his partner, it's really unspeakably awful to do this at this time when people were already itching to jump off and have a go at the trans community because of the school shooting that happened just a week prior. And there was already a simmering type of division there where I do feel now we are in a sea change moment. I think the danger, in air quotes, towards trans people has maybe been exaggerated in the past. There's obviously a lot of histrionics when it comes to online politics. I'm not so sure anymore. I'm seeing politicians talk about transness as an ideology rather than an identity. And that's just not the case. There's an ideology that believes you have the right to be trans, you have the right to do what you want to do to your body, to have the identity you want. That's an ideology I subscribe to and always have. It's none of the state's business. It's none of the media's business. It's no one's business but your own and the people you love enough to share with. But for the first time since Trump has been in office across his 2 terms, this is the time I'm the most nervous. This is the time I think suddenly transness gets held up as something it isn't. He's already done something he should have done years ago in proclaiming that he's going to make Antifa a terrorist organization. That was a no-brainer in term 1, by the way. Totally agree with that. My worry now is he going to declare transness to be something radical and inspiring violence? And what that would do to the trans community and what that would do to just hold up this marginalized group and say they are now fair game to be targeted with your ire when they're already getting plenty of it. It seems to be an actual possibility now. So, yes, I do share some of the angst and concerns that trans people will at this time. And the sooner the media drops constantly referencing this detail, because on the other side of the aisle, the lefties, they're almost baiting the right with the way that they keep bringing it up. When, as I said, there's no reason to. Even if they get what they want, and what they want is Tyler Robinson to come out in a statement, which he'll have to make a public statement probably at some point under the advice of counsel ahead of the trial. They want him to say, I love my trans girlfriend so much that I killed Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was a direct threat to trans people. And my point is, even if he says that, there is nothing that shows she ever intimated that or wanted that, and what will happen if that statement is made is it will just put a bullseye on her. To try and will that into existence seems despicable from my vantage point, at least. Of course, also despicable was the media trying to deliberately uninform the general populace about the actual motivations of the shooting. While the right wanted to flood the zone with anti-trans sentiment, the left wanted to tell you, actually, this was an apolitical individual. He didn't have a political leaning. We can't really intuit from the bullet casings what he meant. Some of them were memes.
Transpired here these last 72 hours.
Von Hilliard, thank you, everyone. Please stay close. And joining us now is criminologist Casey Jordan. Casey, so much happening so quickly here this morning. We're learning as well from our own reporting that there's no indication of a prior criminal record. This is according to searches of state, national, public records associated with the person, Tyler Robinson, and his date of birth. One of the most striking details that we learned from this press conference were, again, about those bullet casings and the inscriptions, "Hey, fascist," the words, "Bella Ciao," the words, "If you read this, you are gay." What do you see as the significance or what the message is that he's trying to communicate here?
Really, I would need to actually see these words in the way that they are on the bullet casings in the gun to make a proper interpretation. But just knowing what those words are, I'm kind of overwhelmed with how immature it all sounds, and that there is no really chronic theme. I think Brandy really nailed it. You have to make of it what you want, because, it's like, "Sees bulges, if you're reading this, you're gay, catch this fascist," or "Hey, fascist, catch." It's like the rantings of a really immature child. And we really need to learn a lot more about what was going on in this accused shooter's life when all of this was happening. Was he in a rabbit hole? Did he have no job? Did he have no purpose? How did he become such a consumer of hate? That his family reports he was talking in with hate speech about his feelings about the victim just at the family dinner the night before. We get the impression he didn't live at home because they talk about the Discord messages with his roommate. But they also confirmed he is not a college student at the university where the crime happened. So I will be very interested to reconstruct what was going on in his life. Did he have a job? Did he go to school? Was he fired from a job? Did he apply to jobs and he was not hired? Did he, have just smoldering hate? Mostly my takeaway is that the writings on the gun and on the bullets really emulate everything we just saw a few weeks ago in the Minnesota Catholic school shooting. So I don't think this has been a long-term plan. I think it probably was hatched when this alleged shooter heard that Charlie Kirk was coming to the area, his area, in his backyard at a university that he could easily access, pass as a college student there, go up on the roofs. I mean, I have to tell you, I teach at a university where I see students going up on the roofs all the time. So he had a lot of access to the venue, and he blended, and he knew he would blend. But I do think that this was something that just hatched when he found out that this man that he harbored hate for was coming to his area. And since we just had that school shooting in Minnesota, I think that is probably what inspired it.
It does sound like he was methodical in going to this venue and to not be.
I agree. It all sounds so sophomorish and immature because clearly the shooter was a bit of a Reddit kid, a bit of a nerd in that regard, and trafficked in memes and all of that stuff. But to try and imply that there isn't a theme when we've got "Hey Fascist Catch" on a bullet and "Bella Bella Ciao," which is a song that was popularized by anti-fascist groups and got made popular again. It was an Italian song and it got made popular again in recent years by Antifa. I think, no, that's pretty much enough. We're there, okay? We are there. But no, the media didn't want to handle this. And I don't know if this was perhaps some sort of kind of inverse of what was happening over on the right, that the right were trying to make this a trans issue. Well, certainly what the left wanted to do was they wanted to make it that this individual was a Trump supporter. Funnily enough, on that note, you had Zach Beauchamp from Vox. He tweeted saying, I will point out that the line is not obviously calling Kirk a fascist. In fact, it's a direct reference to a video game where you play as the fascist. Of course, the line doesn't feature in the game. That was something that Tyler himself had to write. There was also another strange thing that happened where Discord came out and said to TMZ, who have been all over this, as you can imagine, Discord, the company, came out and said that it wasn't used to either plan the murder or to hide any evidence. And yet law enforcement was saying we had Discord messages. A Discord spokesperson tells TMZ, in the course of our investigation, we identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted the violence on Discord. Now, that might be a little bit of clever linguistic trickery, because in the subsequently released Discord chats, he apologized to people on the Discord. He confessed it was him on the Discord. He exchanged messages. So maybe that's what they were going for, that it wasn't explicitly planned on there. But still, bit of a weird denial, all things considered, when they could have just said, hey, there were some messages on there from him. We're currently conducting our own investigation, and of course we'll cooperate with law enforcement. Back to Zach Beauchamp of Vox, he tweeted out, this isn't one of those cases where the shooter left out a lengthy and straightforward manifesto. It's a handful of lines that could be interpreted in any number of ways. It's just not enough to say much with confidence yet. Other than that, he plays Helldivers too. And I'm astounded at people and journalists that were arriving at this conclusion. These are the people that have been telling us for years what dog whistles are or what a microaggression is, and they can perfectly intuit what you want to do, what your intent is on those matters. But on this, a guy shooting someone that he said he hated, that he had catch this fascist on the bullet, had an Antifa song on another bullet casing he didn't use. We'll never get to the bottom of it, I guess. I guess we'll never figure it out. And this is what I mean about how divided America actually is, that ultimately they are so divided to the point now they are essentially existing in parallel realities. For instance, the anonymous account. Remember 4chan Anonymous? Well, the anonymous account on Twitter is not anonymous anymore. For some reason, that account either got bought or hacked, and it's just run by someone who tweets like a fucking anti-Trump wine mom on Facebook for some reason. That account posted a doctored photograph of Tyler Robinson wearing a Trump t-shirt, and millions of people saw that. And then they tweeted out, oh, this was the original version, and it was him in a maroon t-shirt. David Schuster of the Young Turks tweeted, according to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. Robinson reportedly admired Nick Fuentes. GOPers are now scrubbing X posts about Dems faster than the Department of Justice erases Trump's name in the Epstein files. A complete fabrication that did the rounds and actually did lead to people saying, oh, he was a groyper, he was a follower of Nick Fuentes. The Guardian got embarrassed when in an article they quoted a supposed friend, or rather an attendee of the same high school that Tyler Robinson went to. And the quotes that were in that article were total fabrications. The person did it for a joke. That, yes, while they did attend the same high school, they just completely poked fun and made up total fake details about who Tyler Robinson was as a kid. The Guardian had to sort of quietly edit that and just put an editor's note on the top. The Daily Beast embarrassingly went with, MAGA may have been quick to point fingers at the left for Charlie Kirk's death, but Tyler Robinson's grandmother insists that they come from a family of Trump supporters. Why would those things contradict each other? Well, funnily enough, the actual story that they wrote contradicted the headline that they published it with. That actually, yes, he had become more political and more left-leaning than anyone else in the family. But, you know, hey, most people only read the headlines anyway, right? And as the media were doing, so were politicians. Eric Swalwell, who is just a national embarrassment at this point, he tweeted out, it doesn't matter that Kirk's killer was a straight white male or that he was from a Republican family that voted for Donald Trump. Violence has never been the answer. Harry Sisson and some Dem influencers picked up on the fact that Tyler had wore a Trump costume for Halloween back in 2017. I mean, first of all, yeah, whatever, but the detail that he was riding around on Trump's back, probably not that complimentary. Mark Lamont Hill tweeted, Charlie Kirk's killer was a straight, white, cis Christian male from a Republican family. Wow. Mikel Jolette tweeted out that Tyler Robinson, the man suspected of murdering Charlie Kirk, was a registered Republican white man who donated to Trump's campaign, only for that to transpire that it was another Tyler Robinson, not the shooter at all, and they had totally fucked up on the most basic of fact-checking. It was, of course, revealed Tyler had never voted, hadn't been politically active in that way, and so then they used that to say that he was apolitical, such as Aaron Rupar, of course, might qualify for the world's biggest liar. And the more and more that left media outlets and pundits didn't want to take ownership and claim Tyler Robinson as one of their own, the louder the right shouted about violent radical leftists.
And let me tell you something I'd not share with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Stephen Miller there, and I don't believe for a second that Charlie sent that message. If you just know anything about Stephen Miller's political history, he is an opportunist and he will grasp at anything to further his agenda, which I find quite sinister and extreme, frankly. He is one of the people in Trump's orbit I absolutely have zero time for. He seems to be a pathetic shell of a man who is on record in the past as having said that he doesn't have a family and his political work is his entire life. And his entire political career has been fear-mongering around immigration. Steve Bannon, as well, has criticised Kash Patel and Governor Cox for the way that it's been handled and is urging his followers via his podcast, The War Room, to not accept calls for unity.
So many unanswered questions, and I do not understand why law enforcement did not step up to the microphone and give some details. Some details, instead of glazing each other about this partnership and we're all great, we did a great job. Correct me if I'm wrong, we watched the 9-minute press conference yesterday, and the pictures that came up and went all over the internet, and it appears the kid had said something to the family had just confronted him, and the family turned him in. I'm not seeing the great law enforcement work, and I'm not, saying there's not great law enforcement. They all came together. I got that. But this was not through law enforcement work. There's actually a report out there that maybe the FBI have been tipped off about somebody up on the roof, during the week. I don't know if that's accurate. We're trying to check it out. But we don't need a governor, a political figure, to step up. A governor is also known to be, I think, particularly obnoxious. Remember, he's totally woke. He was all into the transgender thing. This guy's completely woke. We don't need a governor to step up and give us basically a political pep talk and a rally, and let's just all come together. When you have an Antifa, you get details in here about the theme song for Antifa on the bullet. You got the symbology that Antifa uses all the time. You clearly have a young, progressive, left-wing hater that assassinated Charlie Kirk in cold blood. What I want to see is some law enforcement people step up to the microphone give some details, and take some questions from the media. I don't know why Kash flew out there, thousands of miles to give us, hey, working partnerships and our great partnership in Utah. Okay, I got that. No offense to the law enforcement guys in the future of this. The public assumes that you're working together as partnerships. There's certain assumptions when you walk to the microphone of information we don't need time and time and time again. I tell my team, when these press conferences are scheduled, I don't know if I need to be for the first 10 minutes because it's just going to be some all-group thing about how great we are. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood by a left-wing Antifa-affiliated or Antifa-aligned person. Okay? We want to find out about him. We want more details about him. And correct me if I'm wrong. Matt Bowles here, and we're going to get Poso by phone. In the Discord channel, the guy said there's nobody. We're not looking for anybody. There's nobody here. Yo, I think he's got at least one accessory. Maybe the roommate?
J.D. Vance also seems to have been profoundly changed by this, and instead of his usual, I think, even-handed use of language, he's gone all in on this particular side of argumentation.
It's statistically absolutely bonkers. The idea that left-wing violence and right-wing violence in 2025 in America are equal, it's preposterous. The statistics don't bear it out, Jesse. You ask what percentage of political liberals believe that political violence is sometimes justified? It's about 1 in 4. If you ask young conservatives that same question, it's about 1 in 25, which, by the way, is still too high. Right. It should be 0, but the problem is much bigger and much more malignant on the far left. I saw something, maybe it was the ADL or one of these ridiculous organizations that said that right-wing violence is as common as left-wing violence. And then you go and look at the data. And you say, what is it that you're causing right-wing violence? One of the things that they called right-wing violence is literally a gang of black Americans beating up on a Mexican guy. Well, yeah, if you categorize everything under the sun as right-wing violence, you can make your point for you, but that's BS. Nobody's buying it. Look at the way they're celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. Look at the way that this assassin was radicalized by left-wing and probably trans-related stuff. Look at the way that even if you're not committing an act of violence, you are supporting those who do. You see that so much more on the far left. And I wish my friends who are on the left would just look themselves in the mirror and accept that they have a problem. Yes, absolutely. By all means, let's take down the temperature. But if you want to take down the temperature and you're on the left of center, the first and most important thing you can do is look in the mirror.
I'm going to end this episode, which I'm sure has been quite difficult for a lot of you to get through. We're at 4 hours now. And I appreciate those of you who did, who listened to it all to try and get the most multifaceted breakdown of everything that happened from shooting to arrest. But I'm going to end it by saying a few things that I'm sure some of you are not going to like, and you're not going to want to hear this. But I'm going to say them because they are true. And so the first thing I'm going to say is, at no point now can you expect a reasonable or proportionate response from the Trump administration. What's going to follow is going to be pretty much righteous fury. They're going to definitely push back against anyone that got caught celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I've already seen a website that has 20,000 people essentially outed as having cheered on Charlie Kirk's death. Some of these people, maybe it's appropriate that they lose their jobs. Many of them, the majority of them, it isn't. I've said in the past, you can maybe make an argument that someone showing a callous, reckless concern to the life of a conservative, if they work as a nurse or a doctor, there is a chance that they might disproportionately dispense care to non-conservatives and ignore life-threatening instances with people they identify as conservative. Maybe then it is appropriate that you lose your job. If you work in the police force, maybe it's appropriate you lose your job. The barista and the Burger King people, not so much. But it isn't going to stop there. Indeed, that is going to be the victory on the ground for Trump supporters. It is not going to be the focus of the administration, as you heard there from all of that. they are going to push back on power institutions. They're going to push back on media apparatus. They're going to look at who ran stories about Charlie Kirk, who ran stories about them. There's going to be a response. They're going to look at businesses and sponsorships, and there's going to be a response. They are going to do things that are really going to push the boundaries of what's an acceptable response to people's speech. And this is the part where you're going to go, okay, Richard, yeah, that's bad. And it is. But also, I wish people had fucking listened when we lived through the Trump insanity, where at first it was you got punched if you wore a MAGA hat. And the media said, well, it's a hate symbol to some people, and it's like the new Klan hood. So, sorry. We watched dozens, hundreds of videos of unhinged people tearing down Trump signs, vandalizing people's property. And that was kind of normalized, saying, well, you know, there's a strong sense of feeling in the country right now about the rise of racism and fascism under Donald Trump. We had CNN dox a grandma for a Facebook post and grill her on her lawn about how she was a Russian asset. We had K-File dox somebody for making a fucking GIF of Donald Trump beating up the CNN logo using footage from WrestleMania. This was the norm for years. People getting fired over posting frogs. People getting fired over, I've done the circle game. They're secret white supremacists. All because a Democrat class needs the narrative that, oh, there's fascists everywhere. And the journalist class couldn't accept that they've been taken in by a 4chan meme. People like me begged you to stop this insanity because pendulums always swing back. And the problem you've got now is to come out and talk about what's happening in critical terms means that you yourself must have known when you were doing it, it was wrong too. And this is why you never let your principles slip on these topics. Because eventually it will come back on you. Eventually you will not be pulling the levers of power. And you are asking somebody now, in this emotional moment, to show restraint and to show grace and to be fair and to hold true to the principles that you eschewed earlier. And they're not going to do it. Do you think for a second these are going to be the bigger people based on everything you've heard and seen? No. And you've given them the excuse. And we begged you. I begged you for years. Please stop this. This is crazy. Can we get off the crazy train? Can we stop the crazy merry-go-round? Can we stop? Can we stop? And we didn't. People always talk about this slippery slope fallacy, but let me tell you, slopes are inherently slippery. And what you're supposed to do when you're on a slope is tread carefully. That's how you don't slip. And nobody's been willing to do that. And now we've got an increase in political violence in America. We've got Charlie Kirk dead. And now we're also going to have free speech under attack. The next episode is probably going to be taking a look at this almost overbearing sense of tribute to Charlie Kirk. That he has been given this status that it seems almost incredible to think about based on who he was and what he did. And also the cancellations around people that are celebrating his death, though I find them personally disgusting, I have also always agreed with the principle you don't have to speak well of the dead. It's your right not to. And now we are seeing government apparatus being leveraged to go after these people. We're being told Antifa is going to be investigated. Well, what does that mean? Who is Antifa? I agree, Antifa should have been declared a terrorist organization. How far are they going to spread that designation, though? Back in 2016, where you had a clear centralized leadership and local branches, that was good. Now we're talking about the fucking internet. There's also another sinister aspect to this. There were many posts made, some by trans individuals, that said, something is going to happen to Charlie Kirk on September 10th. There is an investigation now into whether or not people had foreknowledge of the shooting. And a lot of people are jumping to the conclusion that this is true. There was some sort of conspiracy. However, I know from just being on the internet, when public figures make public appearances, people always say something big's going to happen. You watch out, watch this. And it's to intimidate and make people scared. So that investigation, I don't know what happens there or who that goes to. And on top of that, as we're wrapping up, I'm being told Reddit is being pulled into an investigation by the government. The Oversight Committee want to interview their CEO. It's the same with Twitch. Interestingly enough, Twitter is left out of it. This really isn't going anywhere good, and the only way it stops is the left has to get its shit together and stop lying to their audience about who this guy was and why this happened. It is very straightforward, and we've been telling you something like this was going to happen if you didn't tone it down. Now is the time to accept that thing has happened and tone it down. And to the right, what do you think happens to rhetoric coming out of the left and in America if you suddenly go after institutions and individuals and private businesses and private citizens and TV companies and media outlets because you're upset your friend died? Something that should be so far removed from what a government administration does and how it behaves, it shouldn't even be a real concept. If you stop all this now, you can ride Charlie Kirk's death all the way to a President J.D. Vance. The people have seen enough. They're with you for now. But the disproportionate response that you are alluding to, the rage and fury in Stephen Miller's voice, the claims that you're going to go after these people, you're going to use RICO for political activists, this isn't the way. And if you go ahead with all of these actions, this is going to be a radicalizing moment for a generation in America, just like Charlie Kirk's shooting has been. More radicals will lead to more violence, will lead to more responses like this. Break the fucking cycle before it breaks America forever.